Well, hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Oop, assuming anybody's here. Well, there are two people definitely on YouTube right now here for the whatever it is that I'm here to offer. Wait, have I even done my due diligence or whatever? Oh, well. Maybe I should change the title. I should change the title of the stream to something that'll get people in the seats, like confronting allegations, answering to allegations. Shouldn't I? I think I should. There we go. Oh yeah. Whatever dark liquid that was Pepsi. Listen, it happens from time to time. Time to time it'll happen. But I'm here to give you what you really need. Your real dark liquid, which is Dugin. And I'm here today to, how you call it, um, answered allegations against me, defend myself. All the things that people allege. There you go. Maybe this will get people to tune in. Me answering to all of the allegations. Thief killer? Tooth killer? No. Oh! Right. You reminded me something very important. Tooth guard. Hello, convenient Estelle. I don't know why, but you often make me want to read your name like estate. Which is an estate. We're gonna be covering Vouch today. Because there's an important topic that he apparently has covered. We're gonna cover it together. Well, not together. I'm gonna steal content or whatever it is that streamers do. Oh, Dugin's should be on the screen soon. There you go. Dugin's back. Our favorite philosopher is back. I'm your estate, real estate. You're my real estate. All right, I'm ready. I am prepared, I guess. Damn. Some your property. Well, I didn't say anything. We don't have a contract, but you know. Nobody knows the future. The sky's the limit, and as they say, you know. I'm not saying anything. I don't want to add to accusations that people levy against me, which I will have to answer to today or something. I'll have to answer to all other allegations today, so I don't want to add anymore. Oof. Listen. What was I talking about? What was I supposed to be talking about? Oh yeah, this guy. This guy. My favorite philosopher in the entire universe because he is from Eastern Europe. I'm from Eastern Europe, which means that he is my favorite guy. To the sacred roots of European identity without any fear as to what they'll say. Last episode, last week, or whatever, last time on the Lucy Hazeh stream, we've been talking about Dugin and his wild exploits with Lauren Southern. And he's been talking about how there were two waves of replacement, immigrants and then artificial intelligence, and how we must get rid of and forget about hierarchy, but West has lost its most important thing, hierarchy, and how we must return to knighthood. I think I've recapped it pretty accurately, and I think I've added nuance and commentary, so we might as well move on. Right? Knighthood gone. Carry on. Previously on Lucy Hazeh, that's true. I do need a movie announcer or someone with a nice, soothing, relaxing voice that could navigate me through these troubling times. All right, to the sacred roots we go. Oh, wait, that's me? That's me, really? With nice, soothing voice? Well, people don't like soothing, people like drama. That's why I'm gonna answer the allegations once and for all. That'll bring in people to watch. Maybe I should change the title itself to, I don't even, how do you phrase it? Responding to allegations or whatever? Whatever, we'll do it later. For now, it's Dugin. No false no false advertisement till at least a little bit into the stream. That's my motto. That's what I live by. Right, let's unpause. Without further ado, people are getting impatient here. People are leaving by the droves. I could have sworn this stream has started with at least 500 viewers, and now it's just 8.
So, because the problem is with us, not with the other. So we and American people voting for Trump, electing Trump, has proved that it is sovereign. It is really decision maker. So
That makes no sense, especially since the people have not even chosen Trump in 2020 or whatever. Not in 2020, well, especially in 2020. But what I mean to say is that people did not choose Trump in 2016. The Electoral College did. So that whole spiel makes absolutely no sense, considering that Trump's never actually been elected due to mass popular will of the people. So I'm not sure what this whole thing refers to, if you think about it for more than 5 seconds or even 4.
So we need to awaken this dimension in our people and not imitating Eastern or other traditions. So we should continue our own traditions. So I don't.
What does that mean? Well, he's gonna say. I'm not gonna interrupt him. He's gonna explain everything very clearly and especially consistently and coherently. So we've already seen it last time. It's gonna be fine.
Understand when the people trying to save sacred imitate, for example, Islam or other tradition. We have.
Who does that? Who tries to imitate Islam and other tradition? Like, as far as I know, we're living in pretty Islamophobic times, actually. I've not caught on to the memo that everybody is trying to imitate the sacredness of Islam. I have not met those people. Have you, Mr. Dugin? I'm baffled. But maybe that's because I'm not as deep as a philosopher as this man is. That's why I'm here watching humbly, and he is giving us his lecture.
Our own tradition, spiritual tradition. This Islam could be the friend, traditional Islam, in Iranian Islam, Sufi Islam, Shia Islam, that is based on the Indo-European values.
It's all cheap knockoffs of Judaism at the end of the day, just saying, I'm gonna get in hot water for this, I'm gonna get in trouble, I'm gonna get cancelled, I'm gonna defend myself, of course, I'm gonna debate anyone that wants to challenge me on this. But at the end of the day, it is all cheap knockoffs of Judaism. And by all, I mean Christianity and Islam. Thank you very much.
But that is tradition for them. We have other tradition, and more will be traditionalist. More we will find good solution how.
Yes, it's like it's brilliant. The more backwards we go, the more forward we will go in this weird, unintuitive way.
Coexist with.
I mean, not yet. We've not finished yet. Low Zerk. Listen, as you can see, has not passed yet, and we've not finished yet. So, you just wait till the end. Be patient.
Other. So when we are losing our identity, so we shouldn't blame the other. They use that. So
I have no idea what these things mean. We'll see. We'll just have to finish watching the video. You're all so impatient. Enjoy the journey. Enjoy the moment. You're getting into traditionalism, perennialism here, Lucy, claiming the same roots and knockoffs from Judaism. Of course, that's me. That's what I am. I proudly embrace it, my traditionalist perennialism roots. That's actually oh wow. Well, I'm gonna have to defend myself against this allegation. Well, good thing I have receipts, don't I? Good thing I'm have my receipts with me. I mean, there's a reason why I wanna finish Dugin tonight. I wanna replace him as the spiritual and, philosophical thinker. There can be only one. There can be only one Eastern European philosopher of great caliber, and it has to be me. Dugin is old. It's time to go, old man. New times are entering the picture. I sneezed. Apologies. But at least I had the decency to mute myself. Oh yeah, of course. So we are guilty ourselves and we should fight for ourselves. Of course, this is all vague nonsense, but that's part for the course, so I'm not even gonna try to dissect it. I mean, I am going to dissect it a bit, but, Wow, I do love the caste system, especially when I'm born at the top of it. It's my favorite time to be alive.
We are guilty ourselves, and we should fight for that for ourselves. We should be not only reactionaries.
Oh damn! I've never expected to hear that sentence. We should not only be reactionaries, we should be reactionaries plus. Oh, revolutionaries, which is very interesting to say, because one of the biggest sentences that I've read in a certain historical book that I've been reading recently, the book has over 900 pages. It's like a big brick book about fascist movements. And one of the biggest thing is that fascism is rooted in revolutionary thought. So that gives the game away a bit, doesn't it? We should not only be reactionaries but also revolutionaries. Fascistic movements are very firmly planted in um, revolutionary thinking. Who do you read? Oh, I can bring it here. Hold on. Well, it's not really on fascism. It's actually on Bandera, but hold on. I'll be right here. Hello, witness protection. Hold on. I'll be right back. It's actually the first ever. Uh, I'm not sure if there have been. I'm not sure. Oh, he's citing a ton of people. I can look into it. We can look into it together. I guess this is turning into a boring um, research stream, but it's okay. I'm a boring person, so it fits me perfectly like a glove. No, not Justin Griffin. On a lot of people. We'll see. Well, hold on. This is the first academic biography of Bandera. I'll be right back. Hello there. I'm back. I am back to educate you, or rather to do a little bit of research with you. Oh, how exciting. I'm so excited I can't even hide it. Especially considering that none of my real life nerd friends want to even hear about this. Alright, this is a little bit of a book called Bandera Fascism, Genocide, Cult. I'm gonna show it off. I'm gonna show off my book collection to you today. Here you go. Bandera, Fascism, Genocide, and Cult. This book is wrote by Grzegorz Rosoliński-Liebe. Grzegorz Rosoliński-Liebe. You can see it here on the little thing. This book is exactly... See, I'm already losing viewers over this. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about books. Nobody cares about knowledge and truth. Okay, this book is actually only 834 pages exact. 834 pages exactly. And it has a little bit of a thing before it begins. First, it talks... We're not gonna go through all of it because it's a lot of pages, but... Exactly the same thing. It's exactly like Grzegorz Brzęczyszkiewicz. Exactly the exact same thing. So, cult, myth, charisma, and rituals. So it has a little bit of a thing about Ukrainian nationalism and the integral nationalism, because there's like this integral nationalism, which is a term, a very specific term describing a very specific thing, which is different from um, fascism, which is also different from things like totalitarianism, or rather from, I forgot the word, but you get what I mean. There is a thing called sacralization of politics. Oh, and it's damn. Maybe I should. Ukrainian nationalism and integral nationalism. Integral, like integrated. Integral. The term integral nationalism has fascinated many historians. Yeah, integral. That have studied the details and the ideology of the organization of Ukrainian nationalists. The concept has been formulated about the 1900s by Charles Maurras. Charles Maurras has formulated the idea of integral nationalism. A leader and ideologue, Action Français, royalist, conservative, and anti-democratic movement of the French movement. 50 years later, John Armstrong published Ukrainian Nationalism, the first big publication on the organization of Ukrainian nationalists and Second World War. The American historian has classified the radical forms of Ukrainian nationalism as integral nationalism, and he went into details that the theory and the teachings of nationalists, Ukrainian nationalists, were very close to fascism, but in certain terms, for example, the stress on racial purity uh, entered the moved beyond the original doctrine of fascism. According to this scholar, integral nationalism has never gained any big power in France or any other European country from Western European country, but in modified forms it became a dominant force in some countries of Central and South South Europe in the 20s of the 20th century. Before Armstrong, historians such as Carlton Joseph, Huntley Hayes have used the term integral nationalism for right-wing movements, authoritarian regimes in Hungary and Poland. So I think it's a term used for the regime that you often talk about, the Horthy regime. This method allowed um, researchers to avoid the term fascism, but it did not contribute to the analytical and comparative understanding of the analyzed movements and regimes. As Armstrong has explained, nationalism, integral nationalism, was by definition a movement of individual nations rather than a universal ideology, which did not allow to sort of specifically narrow down on the organization of Ukrainian nationalists. Actually, in some parts, Horthy is mentioned here by name. in these things that I've been reading. So that's on the. Now this is fascism. Okay, now we're gonna read up on fascism. We're gonna read up on fascism. Among many other ideologies analyzed in this book, the most controversial, especially when it comes to tying it with Bandera and the organization of Ukrainian nationalists, is fascism. Konstantin Yordachi has very amply pointed out that fascism is still one of the most intriguing and most discussed radical phenomena, political phenomena of the 20th century. In order to consciously use this term and to avoid any um, sort of misunderstandings, it is very necessary to discuss it and explain it, how the term will be used in this book. It will allow us to say in what sense the organization of Ukrainian nationalists was a fascistic organization or a fascist organization, and Bandera a leader of a fascist movement. It will also allow us to place the organization on the map of international movements and regimes which were far right and fascist. Such an approach should not narrow down our analysis, but it should allow us to create the correct context for analysis. See, we're talking about Dugin, and now we're talking about Bandera, technically speaking, but we're also talking about fascism in the abstract. So I guess once we discuss fascism in the abstract more, we can better talk about this guy on the screen. So yes. All right, let's go. The term fascism comes from the Latin fasces. I'm not sure how to read Latin correctly, so you have to bear with my butchering of the Latin language. The term fascism comes from the Latin term fasces, which means this, you know, this sort of tied up bunch of whips around an axe. And those fasces were worn by uh, some Roman guys and it symbolized the judiciary power of those dudes in the government, of those officials, and it also represents the unity of Rome. At the end of the 18th century, the at the end of the 18th century, the Jacobins of Italy have used the word fascism to express freedom and the political unity, the political national unity. In the 19th century, the term has been used by various political socialist groups and nationalist groups. In March 1919, in Mediolan, Mussolini has used it when he started out Fascio, the combattimento in which he recruited the ex-soldiers, syndicalists, and futurists. In 1922, the National Fascist Party, Partito Nazionale Fascista, went to Rome, and Mussolini became the Prime Minister of Italy. And then, after taking power, he created the first fascist regime. Of course, this process ended in 1926 fully, uh, and and the ideology has been embraced by many politicians, writers, and intellectualists of Europe, or at least starting with 1922. Starting from 1922, when Mussolini marched on Rome, his ideology has become um, I am Dugin. So please subscribe to me. I know my socials. I'm actually look at us. Don't we look similar? Don't we look identical basically? This guy's my father. So if you like him, then you should subscribe to me and donate. He's getting old. I have to take care of him somehow. And for that I need money. Is he starting to ramble a bit? His old age. Yes, I'm Dugin Junior. Junior girl Dugin. Dugina. The one that did not burn in a car or whatever. I'm the other one. Alright, let's continue. So, in the intermediary period between World War I and II, the term fascism was used in at least three ways, right? Before World War II, the term fascism was used in at least three different ways. The first one was to describe the political regime in Italy. The other way to use it has stretched it to describe far-right movements and regimes which espouse different ideals and ideas, who espoused ideas and ideologies similar to the Italian fascists. So the other way to use it was to describe, movements and regimes that were similar to the uh, fascists from Italy. At the end of the 20s of the 20th century, Mussolini has announced fascism as an export product and started popularizing it and also tried to globalize it. Right? Right. It became like a because he wanted to globalize the term. He claimed that the term is Italian in its particular form. Hello, Shakespeare. And that in its particular form it's very Italian, but in spirit, fascism is very universal. That is what Mussolini claimed in his teachings or something. So, the taking power of the National Socialists in Germany in 1933 has strongly strengthened the expansion and popularization of the ideology in Europe and on other continents. The third way the term fascism was used uh, was the way especially communists used it and socialists to discredit opponents, uh, political opponents of different orientations. The earliest interpretations and condemnation of fascism came from Marxist intellectuals, communists, and liberal thinkers. At the beginning of the 20th century, the Communist International Comintern had used the term uh, when it comes to the Mussolini movement in Italy and the Nazis in Germany. Soon after, the Communist International started using the term to many different conservative regimes, authoritarian and military regimes, such as the government of Józef Piłsudski in Poland, the regime of Antanas Smetona in Lithuania, the authoritarian government of Miklos Horthy in Hungary, and the uh, dictatorship of Ion Antonescu in Romania. Even though all of them borrowed in more or less, uh, in bigger or less degree, elements from fascism, they still remained at odds with fascistic movements in their own countries. And sometimes they even openly fought against them. If we call the authoritarian government of Piłsudski fascistic, by calling the authoritarian government of Piłsudski fascistic, Comintern wanted to stress how much it was disappointed by the Polish leader, who earlier in his life was a socialist, but after taking power in 1926, he did not show any will to um, cooperate with communists, and he was not on good terms with the Soviet Union. Similarly, socialists in other countries uh, socialists in other countries were sometimes referred to as fascists because their opinions on different political and economical systems differed. In 1924, Stalin had announced that social democracy is objectively a mild form, a mild wing of fascism, because a social democratic government in Germany um had made movements against the May sort of marches in 1929, and during those, a few communists were killed. The Comintern has announced that social democracy is ready to establish a fascist dictatorship. Yes. Well, to be fair, the author is not saying um, that Horthy in particular was fighting against the regimes, was fighting against the fascistic regimes in his own country. He named a few. He named Józef Piłsudski, Antanas Smeton, Miklos Horthy, and Ion Antonescu in Romania. So he didn't say, okay, I'm gonna have to give this class a lesson in reading comprehension. Or maybe I just suck at translating. Because he is saying That sometimes they thought it. That a lot of them disagreed, but some of them thought it. So there you go. No, that's not correct. That is not what's being said. Either I'm giving a very bad translation, or oh no, that I haven't gotten to it yet. It's a really long chapter. Well, no, because that's because it's not a that because that's not important for the book. It's not important for the book to name who did and who did not cooperate with fascism. It's irrelevant for the topic of the book who did and who did not cooperate with fascism. Because the topic of the book is not identifying whether or not Horthy was a fascist or if his regime was fascistic. Well, he did not make a universal claim. What's the universal claim? I'm getting into debate mode now. What's the universal claim? Hello, Arkyle. Everyone is a mod. I know. Only mods watch me. Why? Well, it was explained in the book. It's because those regimes have borrowed certain elements from fascism, but were not completely fascistic in their nature or whatever. Well, how so? Why falsely? It doesn't tell me anything. Well, it doesn't. That also does not. That also does not tell me anything. You're like the author. You're doing the thing that you're accusing the author of. I'm not using jargon. Okay, let's just continue. Maybe we'll get some clarity as we go. As we go along. I'm not so sure. We'll have to move on. Uh, okay. I've not been accused of anything. The author of this book has been accused of not really telling what fascism is. And I believe we will get into this as we move along. The first theoretical study, the first theoretical scholarly study on the topic of European movements and regimes, fascist European movements and regimes, have started in the late 60s of the 20th century. The authors such as Ernst Noth, Eugene Weber, and George L. Moose have studied this phenomenon in countries such as Austria, Great Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Romania, Spain, and uh, they've tackled movements such as the Russian Fascist Party, Rossiyska Fascistskaya Partia, and the Croatian Ustasha, I believe. From the very beginning, the very radical and genocidal form of Ukrainian nationalism, which appeared after the First World War, was not classified and studied as a fascist movement. Even though the organization of Ukrainian nationalists, especially in the 30s and at the beginning of the 40s, have felt an ideological kinship with the Italian fascist and National Socialism, Ustasha the Ustasha, and the British Union of Fascists, the Romanian Iron Guard, and other similar movements. Um, the scholars who in the 50s of the 20th century started to study the organization of Ukrainian nationalists, in which anti-communist discourse has dominated during the Cold War, has stressed that, for example, John Armstrong stressed that the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, in their ideology, put a stress on the separateness of nationality and culture. Oh, but that was oh, yeah. Owen has stressed its own separateness, its own nationalist and cultural separateness. But that was a trait that is typical for all fascistic movements. Especially small and weak movements had a tendency to sort of put a big emphasis on national tradition because their leaders and ideologues were interested um, in independence of their countries and wanted to avoid being branded as national traitors or agents. Such movements, such of they wanted to avoid being branded as agents of international movements such as fascism. There you go. Hello, hello, hello. Similarly, National Socialists, Ustasha, but differently than the British Union of Fascisms and Russian uh, Fascist Party, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists did not use the term fascism in its name. The members and ideologues of that organization called themselves nationalists, even though they felt, especially at the late of the 30s and at the beginning of the 40s, that nationalism, Ukrainian nationalism, um, was the same type of movement as the German National Socialism and Italian fascism. At the same time, they saw themselves as a freedom movement, as a movement that was supposed to liberation movement. Their main goal was to fight and remove occupants from Ukrainian territories and to establish an independent Ukrainian state. In that sense, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists was closely tied to the liberation movements such as Ustasha and the Hlinki Party, which also were rooted in uh, societies that lacked their own nation states. Right? There we go. The interpretation and understanding of fascism has undergone a change in the 90s of the 20th century, thanks to thinkers such as Robert Paxton, Roger Griffin, Roger Eatwell, and Stanley G. Payne. Um, they tried to create uh, a definition, a generic definition of fascism. A great difficulty in creating this concept was hetero. Okay, I have to translate this word. Sorry. I'm not as brilliant as you all see me, but it's okay. Jesus. Yes, heterogeneity. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. Where we go? Pax. Yes, they try to create a generic form of fascism. A great difficulty in forming such a concept was the heterogeneity. Of the pre-World War II movements that were far right, authoritarian, and fascistic. An uneven development of studies, empirical studies. um the uneven, uh, Jesus Christ, the uneven development of studies when it comes to each particular fascistic movements and regimes, and an incoherent character of fascism itself. Right? Uh, the idea of a generic fascism, um, which came from the earlier studies of Nolte, Moss, and Weber, have created a framework, theoretical framework, to compare to comparative studies when it came to the ideology. But it did not end the debate around fascism. And, for example, did it just emerge in Europe? Did it only emerge before World War II? Is it a global phenomenon? Is it unrestricted in time? Uh, was there a clear difference between fascistic movements and revolutionary ultranationalist movements of non-fascistic character? When we discuss the term and the meaning of fascism, we have to point out the differences between a fascist movement and a fascist regime. Only some fascist movements became regimes, such as the Italian fascists and National Socialists. Other movements, such as Ustaše and Hlinky Party, have created regimes only thanks to the assistance of the Nazi Germany, and were dependent on them. There were also long-term dictatorships such as Franco's dictatorship in Spain and Salazar in Portugal, which in certain sort of moments of time, especially in the 30s and early 40s, became fascistic, but overall were national conservative regimes. Robert Paxton's proposed uh, Robert Paxton proposed 5 stages of uh, 5 stages of development of fascism. First, the creation of the movement, of the fascist movement. Second, the rooting of, uh, okay, rooting it as a party in a political system. That's the second bit. Third, taking over power. Fourth, governing, and in the long perspective, 5, radicalization and entropy. There we go. Even though logical and really enlightening, the concept of Paxton will not help us very much in understanding and um, trying to study. Even though those 5 points of Paxton, even though the concept of Paxton is very logical and enlightening, it will not really help us in understanding and studying fascist movements of East European type, of like Ustash or Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, because those had to create states first in order to create their regimes. Paxton has created his concept based on the fascist movements in democratic countries. That is probably why he suggested that fascism can appear always when democracy is uh, put into life in an inadequately, in a not enough, let's just say. Oh, okay. So Paxton says that fascism emerges whenever democracy is sort of realized enough for people to become, mm, I would just say disillusioned. No, not disillusioned. Um, I'm disappointed. Yes. Paxton says that fascism emerges when democracy is prevalent enough for people to become uh, disappointed in it. That is why Paxton claims that the Ku Klux Klan was the earliest iteration of fascism. That is why Paxton claims that the Ku Klux Klan can be functionally tied to fascism. Griffin, who took on the Weber methodology of the idealist, of the ideal type, stressed the myth, the power of mobilization, and revolutionary populist and ultranationalist frame of reference. Fascism is a type of political ideology which mythical core in its various permutations is a polygenetic form of populist ultranationalism. Key to understand the key to the concept created by Griffin is the term polygenesis, which means the rebirth or the saving of the nation by means of the new populist and ultranationalist politics after the era of the fall, the so-called fall. Griffin pointed that Griffin pointed to the limitations of definition based on an ideal type, and that such a model is at the end of the day a utopia because it cannot strictly refer to anything in reality which is always unreducible, unreducibly complex. It is unorganized and unique. So this is why defining terms, such terms, I guess. I'm not sure how to translate this Polish thing that I'm looking at. This is why defining such terms uh, cannot cannot really be true when it comes to reality, but they can be more or less useful when it comes to study and can be used as tools of analysis. Here we go. Roger Eatwell has observed that the definition of Griffin has omitted the negation of fascism. The 6 points of the fascist minimum formulated first by Nolte. Those points are anti-Marxism, anti-liberalism, anti-conservatism, Führerprinzip, the army of the party, and moving towards totalitarianism. It looks like Griffin has omitted those points because he has created an emphatic approach inspired by the writings of George Moss and Emilio Gentile. It was one of the weaknesses of the concepts created by Griffin because it removed fascism from its soaked in violence and destructive nature by stressing its creative force, which was tied to polygenesis. Right. When looking for a proper definition of fascism, we should not only try to when we move towards the proper definition of fascism, we should just not how do you say, supplement the definition of Griffin of the fascistic minimum. Nolte's also supplement Nolte's definition, but also point out further negative traits when it comes to this ideology, such as its anti-democratic nature, ultranationalism, populism, racism, anti-Semitism, militarism, and cult of violence, ethnic and political. Similarly to Griffin, other scholar and researcher Stanley G. Payne has told in his definition a stress on revolutionary and ultranationalist core. Fascism can be defined as a form of revolutionary ultranationalism which moves towards the rebirth of the nation, the national rebirth, which is based on the vitalistic philosophy, and is organized around elitism, mobilization of the mass, and Führerprinzip. He positively judges fascism positively judges violence as a goal and also as a means, and wants to normalize war and wants to normalize army sort of as a good thing. Similarly to Griffin, Paine also gave advice for that such defining of similar traits, of shared traits, to be careful about defining things by similar traits. When talking about polygenesis, he pointed out another weak point of Griffin's theory. Paine explained that polygenesis is typical not only for fascistic movements, but also for left wing, um pretty sort of, that it's also can be a part of left wing and uh, more middle of the road and conservative and far right nationalisms, and that there exist non-fascistic populist revolutionary forms of nationalism, such as the revolutionary nationalistic movement Movimiento Nacionalista Revolucionario MNR in Bolivia. According to Paine, it is necessary to differentiate fascist movements per se and non-fascistic movements, or as he would call them, proto-fascistic movements of the authoritarian right. Um, Such differentiation is actually really difficult to do because uh, the height of the fascistic movement overlaps with the overall era of political authoritarianism, and that is why it would be extremely inaccurate to say that this process that these processes have just happened independently, uh, and that it was not just synonym of fascism. The table that sort of has in it fascist movements, radical right wing and conservative movements. Paine did not include the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, uh, but classifies similarly better known movements such as Ustasha, the Iron Guard, and the Polish uh, national radical movement Falanga as fascist. So he did not include the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists as fascist, but he did include the Polish Falanga. Jan Kershaw, the author of a few great studies about the Third Reich, uh, also a biography of Hitler, has pointed out the um, the limits of the generic definition of fascism. He said that he did not have any problems with describing the German National Socialism um, either as a specific form of fascism and also as a specific form of totalitarianism. But he also noted that when it comes to the explanation of um, the core of Nazism, it is not satisfactory. This sort of, I'm trying my best to translate this in real time. This sort of observation is very important because all movements and regimes, all fascist movements and regimes, have their unique qualities that should not be omitted when it comes to uh, their analysis in a broader theoretical framework. In a similar fashion to Kershaw, George Moose talked about studying fascism from the inside. So, in other words, an attempt to deconstruct how it was perceived and understood by its followers. He defined it as a more um, complicated phenomenon that cannot be reduced just to politics and that can be best understood through empathy. Fascism, treated as a cultural movement, means seeing as viewed as it views itself and how it's viewed by its followers. An attempt to understand the movement in its own categories. Only then we will be able to capture fascism from the inside and we can judge its attractiveness and power. The cultural interpretation of fascism opens up possibilities of entering the self identification of fascism, and such empathetic approach has a big sort of um, uh, it's important to understanding how the people inside of the movement itself have seen it. Michael Mann has reminded us of a very simple but really important aspect. He wrote that the fascist ideology has to be treated seriously and has to be viewed in its own categories. It cannot be rejected as crazy or just simply internally incoherent or not really clear. He also tried to prove that historians of the idea have to treat the ideas of fascism seriously. They should not make excuses for it or relativize fascism, but they should um, try to understand the ideology and the actions of fascists. Furthermore, he made an observation that fascism was the movement of grand ideas that was capable of persuading a large swath of two generations of young people, especially well educated, and that it can lead uh, to a harmonious social order, and that movements uh, that were tied to it were hierarchical, even though they treated their members as comrades. A very important element to fascism was revolution. The German National Socialists have taken over power and created a regime uh, as a result of cooperation with politicians and with conservative politicians. Hitler um, saw this process similarly uh, as his um, as his unsuccessful Monachium putsch. He saw it as a national revolution. Other movements have taken power via coups, such as the March on Rome of the Italian fascists, which was um, started to scare off the liberal and conservative politicians and have raised Mussolini to power. The movements and regimes of fascism saw revolution as a means not only to take over power, but also to transform societies through the change in its values, way of thinking, and also destruction of enemies. Griffin has called this process the permanent revolution. As I will demonstrate in this study, the leaders of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, including Bandera, have used both terms national revolution and permanent revolution. Uh, Even though fascistic movements and regimes have shared similar values and had a sense that they belong to the same family of political movements, we definitely should not look at them. Um, we should definitely should not look at them not as political ideological monoliths. We should not look at them as political ideological monoliths, even though they share certain things. Right? I'll rephrase it because I feel like I botched this, and I feel like this sentence is important. Even though fascistic movements and regimes have shared similar values and had the sense of belonging to the same family of movements, of political movements, we definitely should not look at them as political and ideological monoliths. Having passed some more have pointed out that fascism is internally incoherent. Yeah, he pointed out that it's internally incoherent. He reminded us that the fascist ideology has combined different elements, sometimes internally contradictory, such as modernism and the fascination of tradition with tradition, or secularism and the obsession with religion. The fascistic movements have united uh, very different types of people: the street fighters, intellectuals, and terrorists. No, not nearly enough. I don't have enough books. You should donate and let me have more books. I could. I mean, I need money. Listen, this is the perfect time for me to say, get in here, here, that's right, donate, and then I'll be able to get more books. Of course, I need more books. What do you mean? Have not missed anything. Hello? Alright, let's go. Let's continue. Yes. Street fighters, intellectuals, and terrorists. Revolution means not the end. Yeah. Permanent revolution. Zep Sternhell has made an observation that fascism is a pan-European phenomenon and existed on three levels: as an ideology, as a political movement, and as a form of governance. Because it appeared in different countries and in different societies, it had to differ on all three levels in categories such as culture, tradition, national tradition, economy, structure, social structure, and political culture. Fascist movements have appeared in industrialized countries such as Great Britain, Germany, but also in agricultural countries and less developed countries such as Romania, Croatia, and Slovakia. It appeared in nation states such as Italy, France, and Germany, but also in societies that did not have their own countries: Croatia, Slovakia. Anti-Semitism and other forms of racism had fundamental meaning for National Socialism and some Central European fascist movements, but they were not central for Italian fascists. Romanticism, mysticism, and irrationality were more typical for the organization of Ukrainian nationalists and the Iron Guard than for the Italian fascism. It needs to be stressed here that movements and regimes of fascism, even though they were culturally and ideologically similar, did not always cooperate with one another and did not always sympathize with one another. Bigger and smaller conflicts among fascist and far right and authoritarian leaders, movements and regimes were nothing special because they were practical, such as control over a specific territory. Things like control over specific territory were seen as more important than ideological ties. The clash between the Austrian National Socialists with the front of the homeland Vaternische Front and Heimwehr, which after the Second World War was called Austrofascists, can be seen here as one of a lot of examples. In 1934, even though a failed putsch of National Socialists against the regime of Austrofascists, the Chancellor Engelbert Dollfuss has been murdered by his fascist opponents. Nearly 4 years later, in the March in 1938, the Nazi Germany has entered Austria and anschlussed it. After Germany has sort of integrated Austria, the German aggressors have arrested the next in line after Dollfuss, Kurt Schuschnigg, and have kept him as a special prisoner, as a special political prisoner. Since 1941, he was kept together with family in a special area of the concentration camp in Sachsenhausen, which, interestingly enough, Bandera was placed in the same camp, also as a special political prisoner. But Bandera was placed in a different building called Zellenbau. In the same building was also held Horia Sima, the leader of the Romanian fascists of the Iron Guard, which was established in 1927. On the one hand, a new consensus when it comes to the theory of fascism, and especially the concept of Griffin that has the theory of generic fascism, has awakened a new interest in this ideology and inspired new studies on the unstudied and neglected and strongly mythologized fascist movements and other European and global fascist movements, and also has pushed forward the comparative and transnationalist studies on the subject. On the other hand, the consensus have met with criticism. Thank you for the $10. I donate in the name of Greater Rain. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hate you. Wait, why? Thank you for the $5. Why do you hate me? What did I do? Okay, so the consensus have met with criticism. Oh, do you have a crush on me? Well, damn. I'm flattered. I am flattered by your crush. Uh, so the new consensus has been met with criticism. One of the bigger arguments of the critics is that uh, paligenesis, or national rebirth, is typical not just for fascistic movements, but also to other, but also to basically all forms of nationalism. The other critique is uh, that the scholars of fascism seem to negate or flatten the differences between different fascist movements and regimes. Especially German and especially German and Eastern European historians have questioned the meaning of studies on fascism because it interfered in national interpretation of history. In this study, I will call. Okay, now after all this, the author basically will say what he will mean, what he will say, fascistic movement or regime. So we're sort of entering the territory of the author giving his, I guess, own opinion. Okay, let's go. Let's listen, and then you can give your own criticisms and things. In this study, I will call a movement or a regime or an ideology fascist if they meet the main criteria that are present in the listed above concepts of fascism. First of all, I will see a movement as fascist only if they accept the Führerprinzip, if they practice the cult of violence, ethnic violence, and political, if they accept mass violence as an extension of politics, and were in part or in whole anti-democratic. Those are the author's criteria for a fascist movement. So and yes, there are more criteria. They have to be in part or in whole anti-democratic, anti-Marxist, anti-liberal, anti-conservative, totalitarian, ultra-nationalist, populist, racist, anti-Semitic, and militaristic. Of course, just to clarify, it does not have to meet all those at once. Second of all, I will see movements as fascist only if they plan on taking power over and plan on installing a fascist dictatorship, or if they planned a polygenesis or a radical political and cultural rebirth of the nation um, in to prevent its degeneration. Third, we have to remember about the differences between conservative or militaristic regimes, such as the regime of Antonescu Horthy or Piłsudski, and fascistic regimes, such as fascist Italy of Mussolini and National Socialist Nazi Germany. I guess this is where Karas will disagree. Already explained why. Hello, hello, hello. Here in spirit. Have a great stream, Lucy. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll have to go back to that video here sooner or later. And also the regimes that. Oh, okay. And also regimes that in some eras of its existence underwent went into fascism, but in the longer perspective were firm to the ideology of national conservatism, as with Franco and Salzara. We should also be conscious that far right movements, nationalistic movements that try to take power and establish dictatorships could, with the passing of years, change their ideologies and their attitudes towards fascism. When it was convenient to them, they could present as fascist, but then they could decide that they were not fascist at all. They could combine nationalism with fascism uh, and other radical uh, right wing ideology, such as racism, anti-Semitism, in different proportions. And so we're not typical, we're not either a typical fascist or a typical nationalist or racist movements. Okay, I think I read enough. The next bit is fascism, nationalism, and radical right wing. I guess the comparison of the three. Yeah, but the author does not see Franco as necessarily as a fascist. Uh, or oh yeah, oh you say that Horthy was. Wait, are you saying that Horthy was the Horthy regime underwent a fascism period and in the long term was not fascistic? Because basically that's how Franco is being described here. All right, Jesus, that was a long read. I'm not sure how we jumped into this whole bit of reading a book, but you know what? That was great. I'm very proud of you all for sticking around for this weird impromptu reading. Well, it's not a reading. I was translating it in real time. Do you think I did a good job? Write in the chat if I did a good job, as I will go and grab my dinner, even though it's 1:40 a.m. at night. Did I do a good job of interpreting? I'm very special. I know. Thank you. I understand. I understand what you're saying. I understand that reference. And I'm saying this to Karasu. I am doing pretty well today, of all days. Alright, I'll be right back with dinner. And then we'll continue watching our favorite philosopher, because that is why you came here to watch. Also, thank you for all the donations. Thank you very much. Yeah, I do try. I do try to do my best. Listen, I made promises. Promises must be kept, and I have to do my best. Alright, I'll be right back. I have a dish to warm up in a microwave or something because I'm too lazy to fry it for myself. I would fry it for someone else, but for me, I'm just gonna microwave it. Some impatient people have left. You're not worthy of watching me or whatever. Anyway, promises. Oh yeah, of course. I've made promises to be well, to take care of myself, and to do my best. And I take certain promises very, very seriously. So that is what I intend to do. To put on my gas mask, oxygen mask. To put on my oxygen mask first, or whatever. True. True. Well said. Well played. Jolly G. Roger Dodger. Right? Yes. Yes, indeed. All right, let's continue this amazing journey into the landscape of Alexander Dugin, because that is why this is where we started. Well, listen, it depends on who you promise it to, right? There are people, I'll give you a little bit of advice, okay? Make the promise to those who it will really, really hurt to disappoint. And that'll make it easier to keep. That'll make it easier to keep. Just make it to those who it would be really, really hurtful to break the promise. That's it. It's the hack, the cheat code to keeping your promises. If you really don't want to disappoint the person that you promised the thing to, you'll probably make a more of an attempt to keep the promise. At least that's how it works with me. I don't make promises because I can't keep them. Well, I made them and I intend to keep them. Okay? I made them and I will keep them. God damn it. Or at least I'll do my best. Yes, do your best, please. And going to the hospital is good, especially if it's a good hospital. It can allow you to rest. It can allow you to gather your strength. It can allow you to gain some perspective. It can allow you to understand yourself better if you get a good leading doctor. It can allow you for a lot of things. It's good to go to the hospital when you need it. The more pressure I have to keep a promise, the less I can keep them. Well, for me, it's not about pressure. For me, it's about respect and other things. But yes, do your best. We all must do our best to get better. We are in this together. All right, let's continue. Dugin will explain to us all that we need to know. All right, I'm excited. That is what we came here for. That is what you came here for, Alexander Dugin, and nothing else, and no one else. You're not here for me. You're here for Alexander Dugin. That's why I'm gonna give you. You should not only be reactionaries. We should also be revolutionaries. See, this is where it all started. My little fascist thing. When I said that revolution is part of fascism, and then we went to this book. Oh, someone did. That's not good that they allowed someone to, unless it was some part of an elaborate therapy. I'm here in case Lucy plays a platformer, to be honest. You know what? We might just play a platformer. We might just play a platformer as I do a reaction to a Vosh video about video games. So stick around, Arkael, and you might just get your wish. Alright, let's continue. I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to finish Dugin today. I think we're gonna have to, again, break it down. We're on the 16th minute, and we've been streaming for like a bazillion hours. A bazinga hours. It's not good. Well, okay, not a bazillion hours, 1 hour 45 minutes, but you get my drift. We were supposed to do far more at this point. We were supposed to be doing some wild content or whatever. We're supposed to be doing things, and we're not
We
doing
should be
things,
revolutionaries.
which is not good.
Do you mind if I quickly ask
Yeah,
if you could define?
I used to have access to really good spice for a bit, but I've been deprived. Whatever. Whatever. I'm not pointing fingers, but I'm just going to have to be left in a impoverished food experience from now on. That's fine. Who needs food to taste good anyway? Hello, Desidaru. Oh, you got no notification. Did you hit the bell? Are you subscribed? Do you have the bell selected? You will get a notification if you get the bell and select all notifications. Notification for all content in the bell. This is really weird. Like you choose the bell and you select notify me about everything. YouTube told me that only 16% of my subscribers have the bell set on everything. So you might be one of those people. You might just be one. Also, I didn't say spice. I said spices. Spice. You know, the thing that you add to food to make it good. I've been deprived of a very good spice. Yes, thank you. Press the bell and select all. And YouTube is very bad. At least when it comes to me. Okay? Maybe I would have had at least 15 viewers if YouTube actually told people that I was streaming, but it does not. Someone decided to leave me with ghost pepper, which I will probably not use as much as the other spice that I definitely would have used. Oh, see? Told you. Told you. Bell everything and everything will be known. Alright. It's alright. You've missed me translate a whole chunk of a book about Bandera. Interesting. You know what you could do to always get notifications? Because my Discord always notifies. So, where is it? So just join. There you go. Join the Discord. There's always a notification on Discord about a stream. Also like the stream. Apparently makes more people come to the stream. What is your go-to spice that is good on almost everything? Old Bay. There you go. If you're American, just go with Old Bay. That is a spice that is good for everything and is a pretty universal spice. You can spice it on anything and it tastes pretty good. There you go. You cannot go wrong with Old Bay. Yeah, I do like Old Bay. It's really good. Can get it to work. Oh. Was down like what? Wait. What do you mean? I didn't know Lucy was down like that. What do you mean? What does that mean? Hold on. Am I being criticized for my spice tastes? Hold on. Am I being criticized now? Down like that? What happened? All right, let's go. Let's continue with the Dugining. Oh, use it. It's really good. Oh yeah, she fully interviewed him. Yeah, 100%. Lauren Southern did a full sit-down interview with Alexander Dugin. Nice. Oh, is Ty also a fan of Old Bay? Oh yeah, I know. We've been watching the Dugin interview for a while now. We're 16 minutes in. Of course you can give me recipes. Of course. Thank you. Thank you for dropping by even if for a short moment. Did you make? Oh, I did not have the opportunity to make the bagel. I still have to make. I'm a gem. Thank you. Thank you very much. Alrighty, let us continue with the Dugin. Let us continue. It's gonna be awesome.
Modernity for people.
I suggest the reading of René Guénon books and Julius Evola's book. But the idea that, for example, tradition is hierarchy. So
Wait, but you said new conservatives should abandon hierarchy. But now you say tradition is hierarchy and that we should embrace tradition. Oh, okay. I'll see you, Desi Daru.
on the top of the society should be philosophers, should be wise men.
Wise men, so not you, definitely not you.
Should be spiritual elite. The noblest aristocracy.
That's not even a Middle Ages society. That's like an ancient society with like a priest class, like with the priest sect at the top of the food chain. The caste system, damn. Evola. I mean, he did just recommend it 5 seconds ago. He did just recommend to read Evola, so I'm starting to see a connection. True.
Aristocracy should consist from the warriors who are brave and who could prove that they fighting against the.
See, that's the fascism element right there. The fascination of violence and of the warlike culture stuff.
Death. So this aristocracy, spiritual elite and warriors elite, they represented always highest classes of traditional European society. And the peasantry was the third function of this in the European normative society. Everything was destroyed in the modernity. Modernity has warriors elite. They represented always highest classes of traditional European society. society. And the peasantry was the third function of this in the European normative society. Everything.
Damn. Holy moly. This stupid modernity that gave people any sort of freedom and, I don't know, rights.
Was destroyed in the modernity. Modernity has installed so-called democracies, so-called equalities, so-called.
I mean, democracy is not exactly a modern concept, is it? Like, come on, Dugin. Don't try to sell me that crap. Democracy is not exactly some invention of modernism. It's actually quite old as a concept. What do you mean so-called equality? What else would you call it? Like you're just against equality, against human rights, and against... Why the whole so-called? Like drop the so-called, just say you're against those things. Right? Just say you're against those things. Don't say so-called democracy or so-called equality. Like, I'm sorry, if you don't have a class of peasants that is just treated as Untermensch, then yeah, it's pretty, it's at least closer to the idea of equality, yeah. It's not so-called equality.
Material values that were put over the spiritual one.
There's nothing spiritual about elevating a small group of people above a huge group of people that work for the small amount of people. There's nothing spiritual about it, I'm sorry to say. There's nothing spiritual about having a huge peasant class that works for the small elite of nobles and priests. You can call it spiritual, but it's just... we call it exploitation. Oh yeah, of course. He's basically saying that everything has its place in society. Everything fits neatly like a puzzle piece. All the peasants fit neatly in their puzzle piece places. All the priests fit neatly into the roles of being at the top, and the nobles at whatever. And modernism ruined the whole puzzle. Broke the pieces.
So that was the total...
Everything just fits neatly, naturally into their spiritual order or whatever. Super fascist, Jesus. Because just being fascist is not enough. Not quite enough.
Total reverse of the traditional in the European society. So, in the center of sacred traditional society of Europe was God and eternity. That was replaced by the nature and the human being and time. Everything. There was a kind... we didn't know gravity. Gravity
hold on,
was,
I have to listen to this
we
again.
didn't know, we by the nature and the human being and time. Everything. There was a kind, we didn't know gravity. Gravity was relative, so there was a kind of gravitation force that was oriented toward the earth, but that was the spiritual force that was oriented in human heart and human soul to the heaven. That was
That
the
makes no sense. This is just gibberish. I'm gonna be honest, this is just gibberish. You're
basis.
just saying things.
So the traditional European civilizations
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. That is such a nonsensical claim. Look at all the countries that went Christianization. They didn't undergo Christianization out of some higher calling, higher gravity towards heaven. No, they did it because it gave you more political power, more political influence. In the case of the Slavic sort of countries, it ensured that they could not be enslaved, but because non-Christians could be enslaved in those times. There were real political reasons for countries to take on Christianity, for example, as a religion. And it had nothing to do with the personal religious beliefs or gravity towards heaven of the individual rulers that decided that they wanted to Christianize their country, either towards Eastern or Western Christianity. So this whole that makes no sense. That's just silly. That's just silly.
Was based on the heavenly roots. So that was completely different. So that was not progress, not growth. That was descent.
It was. No, that's bullshit. Actually, yes, it was growth. It was absolutely growth, and you could even argue that it was progress as well, because countries wanted more influence, cities wanted to grow, newly formed countries wanted to grow, and in order to grow, to gain more influence, to gain more power, they took steps like accepting a certain religion, which came with certain benefits. That's it. That's it. This whole sacrificial acts committed by the spiritual being coming into this world in order to make it better, that's just a bunch of nonsense. Yeah, I do remember the Paddle Empires. I'll never forget it because of the creators' colorful history. I'll never forget. I could never forget. Oh, interesting. Well, it makes no sense. Sorry. And it's totally ahistorical as well. As a bonus. It's silly and ahistorical. So there we go. Okay, let's go. Let's continue. Let us continue.
And that was a kind of sacrificial act committed by the spiritual
Right.
being coming into this world in order to make it better. And all that.
Of course, I'm not even gonna go into the whole topic of making the world better means very different things for different people, right? There's no universal make the world better. Make the world better means totally different things for different people. For a homophobe, getting rid of the gays makes the world better. For a transphobe, getting rid of trans people makes the world better. So I don't even know what Dugin means when he says make the world better.
As, for example, and merchants, the traders, were a small peripheral minority. They were tolerated, no more. They
Well, actually, Mr. Dugin, it just so happens that traders, merchants, guild masters, guild apprentices, the whole concept of guilds and merchants and trade, as we understand it, was a big factor in how in Europe Middle Ages cities formed. And how those cities formed later sort of became a catalyst of how societies formed in Europe. So they were actually not small peripheral and a minority. They were more than just tolerated. They were actually a key part of many countries.
were a small peripheral minority. They were tolerated, no more.
I mean, they were, of course, a minority compared to the huge peasant group that was, well, exploited, but that's neither here nor there.
Could not impose their mentality and their law as the center, as it is the case in the capitalism and liberalism.
And yet, still, they had great influence over how things sort of formed. Yeah, of course, because Jewish people were merchants in Europe, in a lot of places in Europe. So yeah, you can replace it. Yeah, of course. He has a very wide tent, like a very pragmatic politician, Dugin is. It's what we call a big tent, big political tent.
So they were periphery, and they were tolerated, but they were despised because.
And yes, you can definitely use the word Jewish people here when you say they were tolerated but were displaced. No, you did not arrive too late. You did not arrive too late. We're gonna keep going.
Was bourgeois was a kind of servile servant class. They helped to the clergyman and to the warriors, to the aristocracy, to deal with practical things, no more. And with the modernity, all that was destroyed. The power was given to the people who who has acquired the richness, the material things.
Actually, the power was always in the hands of those who have acquired richness and material things. It's just different groups held power, held richness and material things in different periods of time.
That was total spiritual revolution in negative sense, and sacredness, eternity, the belief in the heaven, this idea of the sacrifice.
He does. He really does.
Of aristocracy of the soul. So immortality, everything was lost in the modernity. Modernity is based, for example, on absence of the belief and the immortality.
That's not true. There are many people in modernity that are still very much religious. Modernity does not exactly reject the idea of being religious and believing in immortality.
The immortal soul, on the
that's incorrect.
Domination of the purely material values. So on the democracy, on the
democracy does not stand in opposition to being religious in any way. It's just silly.
progress instead of degradation, because in traditional perspective, we're degrading. The things are worse and worse. And maybe material aspect it seems to be better, but what is the price? Well,
The price. Okay, let's hear what the price is of people living better lives, which is horrible, I guess.
losing most important thing in order to obtain less important things in traditional.
Exactly. We're gaining the unimportant things of actually living the only lives that we have, the one in the now, the only existence that we possess that we know of, and we forfeit the more important promise of eternal life after we die that may or may not exist. Perfect.
Traditional views. So that is the modernity is explained as catastrophe. What is modern? That is catastrophic.
Oh, of course. What is modern, it is catastrophic.
So Evola and Guidon has shown that in his many thousands pages of the.
I'm not reading thousands of pages of Evola. I'm sorry, I'm gonna skip out. I'm gonna skip out on Evola. Thank you very much.
These authors, as well as the other representative of traditionalism, for example, in Islamic version, that is Nasr, that's living in the United States, and there's traditionalism. There is other Fritjof Schoon, Titus Burkhardt, and other authors. So I suggest to read them. That is.
No, I don't think I will. I have different authors to read. Thank you. I have a lot of books here. My life is limited. I've already wasted enough of it on nonsense.
A bit difficult for Americans and Canadians, precisely because your states were based with modernity. So these societies, North American society, were born with modernity. But that is a kind of metaphorical birth. You have European roots, you have European traditions. So something should be found in the depth of.
Would be the advice to read Evola. I think I'm gonna skip out. Apologies. I think I'm gonna skip out on reading thousands of pages of Evola. If you'll forgive me.
American Canadian tradition that is not colonial, that's pre-colonial. So I think this European roots are very important now, because they unite you and millennials and the older people with ancestors, with the tradition, with this.
I mean, I can read about him, but I don't think I'm gonna read thousands of pages of his works. You'll forgive me for that, I hope.
Ancestors that were creator of the great traditional European spiritual and aristocratic civilization. And it is not return to the past. We have special past and you have special past.
Special past.
The past based on the eternity.
What does that mean? The past, a past based on eternity. What is that supposed to mean? Jesus.
So rediscovering the real sacred roots of European identity, you don't return to the past. You are coming to the eternity.
No, that's a bunch of nonsense. Actually, it's such a misunderstanding of what culture is that it pains me. It pains me even more than when I hear the online political space discuss culture. Whenever I hear debates in which people start discussing culture, I just want to end it. all. Oh yeah, right. Hierarchy is eternal truth. The eternity.
But eternity is always fresh. It is not past.
Yeah, it's always fresh, so it's cyclical. All right, I get it. Yeah, okay.
It includes in itself the past, the present, and the future. So that is the source of the future. And eternity is creative. It is not repetition of the same. Eternity is the heart of the being.
That's a bunch of nonsense.
So in philosophical term, in Heideggerian terms, we could say we should...
Yes, culture discussions. No, not culture discussions. Culture discussions by the online political sphere. There's a difference here, okay? Political debaters online discussing culture is what makes me want to end it all. Not discussion about culture in general.
return from...
And I say this based on my very limited education on the subject.
becoming to
Heidegger, of course. Heidegger mentioned.
Being. Because we have lost the being.
Mm-hmm. They nod as if they understood anything that he just said, and that it was not all just nonsense. It's just, that was smart, that was deep.
In your opinion, is modernity as an ideology present in all countries and cultures?
Yes. Modernity affects ideologies, paradigm that affects any cultures. The origin of modernity was Eastern Europe, but with colonial experience and with the growth of power of the West, that was imposed on the planet, on the whole planet. And now we are almost in the same position. Maybe the West has created that. It is a bit more guilty for that. But at the same time, we are all affected by this disease. So the struggle should not be against the West.
Yes. It's here. Eastern Europe, but with colonial experience and with the growth of power over the West, it was imposed on the whole planet.
And now we are almost in the same position. Maybe the West...
I have no clue actually why he said that. Why did he say that? Also, what does he mean by Eastern Europe? Does he mean Poland, the Czech Republic, Ukraine, Belarus, or just Russia? Oh, damn, you're right. Jewish people, oh damn.
Has created
the merchant class.
That. It is a bit more guilty for that. But at the same time, we are all affected by this disease. So the struggle should not be against the West. The struggle should be against modernity, precisely, as the negative result, kind of disease that started in the West and has affected every culture.
Damn.
And so conservative revolution is, I think that is a kind of horizon, future horizon for the West, but as well it is need for other countries. We, for example, Russians, we have no alternative tradition. We are not living in the Russian tradition.
What does that mean? For example, Russians, we have no alternative traditions. Alternative traditions to what?
We are more conservative. We are more close to the roots, but we are so affected by this modernity as well, by communist period, by liberalism, but modern modes and the way of life.
Wasn't Russia molded more by the Mongolian tradition than whatever?
So we are going the same way in the other, any other people goes this way. So there is almost no society that could we take as example of traditional society. There is no more. So that create a kind of
The hell is a traditional
base
society?
and ground for new internationalism.
I mean, it's not exactly a myth since it was the the Muscovy duchy was directly a vassal of the Mongolian Empire, so the influence cannot be a myth. It's undeniable. Cultures do not exist in some separate, isolated vacuums. They influence each other all the time, especially when in direct proximity. I mean, it can be questionable, but it is undeniable. As long as the Mongolian Empire and the Duchy of Moscow were in contact, the influence was there and went both ways, just so we're clear. Cultural influence goes in all directions at all times. So claiming that any sort of influence of the Mongolian Empire over the Duchy of Muscovy is a myth would be, in my opinion, not really correct. Well, yeah, but culture is much more than just how a city is governed or how, how a country is governed or how a country is militaristic or whatever. Culture is everything that surrounds us at all times, every day, every second. Cultural influence goes far beyond. Well, influence is not even the right word here. Cultural shifts, cultural I guess shifts. Cultures shifts and affects different places at all times, especially when different places, different people contact each other, come in contact with one another. Food, clothing, everything basically. I mean, it depends on what sort of it depends on what you're talking about, right? Like, for example, people bringing coffee from one part of the world to the other part of the world, that's already sort of a cultural influence because you're bringing a new type of thing into a place that did not have it before. That's a cultural shift right there. No? Yeah, I'm talking about a thing and the practice around that thing potentially. Yeah. Yeah, that's culture. That's culture. Yeah. All right. Link it. Link it. Maybe we'll watch it. Maybe on stream. Maybe off stream. The second one.
For a conservative internationalism, because we are affected. Every
I hope I
every
won't
one
hate
of
it.
us is affected. Every society is
I hope I won't hate that video that is being recommended, because I hate how culture is discussed online. Usually, it makes me want to end things.
affected by the modernity, and we shouldn't fight against each other. We should fight together against modernity. Maybe we will arrive to different traditions, but that is the richness of the spiritual treasure to have Western Christianity, Eastern Christianity, Islamic Christianity, the other Chinese culture, Hindu culture, Buddhist culture. We should not
Oh, so culture in Dugin's mind is basically just religion.
arrive to something unipolar, universal, something pret-à-porter. We should redefine, we should return to our own roots. They are different, but that will be a completely new world based on the common struggle against a common challenge.
How long is this video? We've taken a break from Dugin. Oh, Jesus. What's happening? Jesus. There we go. How long is this video? Oh, it's so long. Well, okay, well, let's watch a bit.
Kraut, as he's made a number of videos on Russian history and political culture. In particular, it was asked what I thought of his video called The Origins of Russian Authoritarianism.
Wait.
Well, I considered
Is this
a
about
while
Kraut?
back, I was recommended the YouTube channel Kraut, as he's
Oh, Kraut. Yeah. I've heard about Kraut. Okay. All right, let's go. Neurants. Kraut. I know Kraut.
made a number of videos on Russian history.
Jesus, I'm all over the place in this stream. I just took a pause in Dugin because Dugin has to be, I don't know, taken in little breaks.
History and political culture. In particular, it was asked what I thought of his video called The Origins of Russian Authoritarianism.
Alright.
Well, I considered a video response at the time. Another creator beat me to it. And I'm also hesitant to make something that could be perceived as putting down another creator.
Eastern Europe is not real. It's sort of real. It's in the East, relatively speaking, in Europe.
Since I understand the work Kraut puts into his videos, so I want to stress I mean no offense to Kraut personally.
You know him? You know this creator? If you know this creator, then just get me in touch with him and I'll just talk to him on stream. Why watch the video when I can just talk to him on stream and give you all great content? Yeah, don't be in the YouTube chat. Come to the chat where you actually can be seen on street. Oh, you know what? I'm tempted to just stop. I'm gonna start ignoring YouTube chat to incentivize people going to the page.
But ultimately, I was convinced to make this response because I believe the video presents a certain myth about Russian history, which continues to do harm in the present. I'll be showing footnotes on screen throughout, indicating to check the document below for the citation, as well as additional commentary.
All right.
Speaking of sources, I began by reading Kraut's, and I should probably point out, Kraut's video is adapted pretty heavily from chapter 26 of Francis Fukuyama's Origins of Political Order, with many of its lines being from the book, with some words changed or moved around.
The Russian princes recruited armies of cavalrymen who were paid not in money, but in land, and the peasants on it. However, because there was so
The power of the Muscovite state was built around the middle service class, made up of cavalrymen who were paid in the grant of land. Spent such permits and was supposed to be the labor of only 5 or 6 peasant households. This was so abundant. Control over people is more important than control over land. That really did not continue seniority, but we called in service by the prince. By the way, there's an important caveat there. The important caveat there was that while the people fighting were paid in land, theoretically speaking, the prince or later Tsar was considered the eternal owner of those lands, so he could just take the lands away at his whim. That's a pretty important caveat to remember, that they were not paid in land and the land was there forever. The land could have been just taken away at any moment, should the prince decide, oh, that land is no longer yours. Exactly. Okay, this particular emote is actually not drawn by me. This particular emote is actually drawn by an artist that used to be in the RGR community. So I have to give credit where credit's due. This actual duck has been gifted to me. This one particular duck was not drawn by me. It was drawn by a different artist from the old RGR community. Alright, let's continue. But the hehe and Lucy confused are definitely done by me. How does one make an emote? You draw it in very specific format size. You draw it in a very specific size, and then I put it in. Cancelled. You associated with a fan of RGR. The RGR community was my beginning as a fledgling trans person online. I joined RGR's community as a fledgling online trans woman. Hello, Philip August, by the way. How are you? How have you been? It's nice to see you. I've not seen you here in a while.
so much land, control of the land was not as important as control of the people.
I will send you details.
The Mongols were a tribal people who had no state or legal structures that they transferred over to the people they conquered.
Now, I'm not completely opposed to him adapting a chapter into a video, although in this case, it might have been better to phrase it as such, since at least to me, the implication was that this was Kraut's words and Kraut's theory. The chapter also has some errors or inconsistencies, which Kraut then repeats, or as a result of changing words around, he introduces some new ones.
By the 1700s, the Russian state was far more centralized than any of its European counterparts, but far more underdeveloped in economy and bureaucracy. There were no regional political structures tied in accountability to a central state. Instead, rule of local provinces was handed out by the Tsar in so-called kormlinie, which means feedings, and the name kinda gives away the predatory nature of the political institution itself.
Elsewhere, Kraut says only 9 families survived Ivan the Terrible, which is from Fukuyama, who himself cites this from Bloom. But if you follow the citation, Bloom doesn't actually say this. The closest I could find was much later, when Bloom says 9 of the wealthiest Romanov magnates were descended from old princely families. So Fukuyama maybe misremembered this, and then Kraut got it from him.
Uh-oh. Kraut should better research his sources.
However, Kraut also claims to have read Bloom, but didn't notice the discrepancy. But to be charitable, it's possible that Kraut used Fukuyama for the Ivan line and Bloom for a different part of the video, or simply missed a contradiction between the two. In either case, the works cited frequently support different conclusions, or even contradict the video. The most obvious example being, if it used Razumnovsky for the negatives of Mongol rule, then it ignores the several pages before or after, which would complicate or disprove the claims made. Now, I also recognize YouTube videos have more casual standards, but the impression I get is that the channel seeks to be a pretty educative source of information.
Right.
So my suggestion is, if not actual footnotes, perhaps consider a mention in the video when a section draws heavily from a source. But to reiterate, Kraut can be whatever kind of channel he wants and do whatever he wants with it. I bring this up because it changes the context of the video. But since I don't want this to turn into a whole review of Fukuyama, I'm only going to critique the video as is, regardless of who's behind an idea. And while we're on the subject, these are all fairly old works, without clear indication of how they're used. Old doesn't necessarily mean valueless, but since our understanding of history is always updating and hopefully improving, relying on only old works can give a stunted understanding.
Right.
As the video touches on about 1,000 years of history, I won't be addressing everything here, and I'm primarily focusing on the first tenet of the argument, that it was the Mongols who caused or beget Russian authoritarianism. This is a very old theory, and a highly contentious one, which has at best been highly modified, if not outright discarded in modern scholarship. This will also be a jumping off point, where I'll be introducing some history of the Tataryoke in general, as over the course of several future videos, we'll see how this idea has been used across history. To begin, I want to give a note on terminology and some background. It bears repeating that the Russian state did not exist at this time, and is not interchangeable with the
I mean, so, I mean, yeah, I'll just say yes, of course. Kiev Rus.
Kievan Rus, which is a modern historiographical term. It's generally frowned upon.
Listen, it should not be the Kievan Rus, it should be the Kiev Rus. Just saying, just a nitpick.
And to refer
How
to
old is this video? From 1 month ago, okay. For a video from 1 month ago saying
an uppercase R Russia here, let alone using the Russian state anachronistically, not least of which because the Kievan Rus is, if anything, a shared predecessor to multiple modern nations. Even calling the Kievan Rus a state at the predecessor to multiple modern nations, because the Kievan alone using the Russian state anachronistically, not least of which because the Kievan Rus is using the generally frowned upon to refer to, which is a modern historiographical term. It's generally frowned upon to refer to an uppercase R Russia here, let alone using the Russian state anachronistically, not
of course, yeah.
least of which because the Kievan Rus is, if anything, a shared predecessor to multiple modern nations.
Yeah, nation states.
Even calling the Kievan Rus a state at the time of the Mongol conquest is a bit arguable.
It is very arguable because it was splintered into different princedoms. Just like at the same time saying that the Kingdom of Poland was a singular state would be incorrect because the Kingdom of Poland underwent the so-called neighborhood split and you did not have a coherent Kingdom of Poland during the neighborhood split. So yeah, I agree here. Of course. I agree here.
Calling it not that much different from other European states, even more so. The Kievan Rus really defies any modern terminology, and our sources don't refer to any single name for such a thing. At one end of the spectrum, Kivelson and Sunni argue
Kievan Rus was...
there was never a
Okay, I have to read this because it seems like this person is not going to. Kiev Rus was not an empire or even a fully constituted state. Well, of course Kiev Rus was not an empire. That's a no-brainer. I'm sorry, that's like a pretty basic fact that that Kiev Rus was not an empire. It would be like saying that the Kingdom of Poland was an empire or the Great Duchy of Lithuania, for that matter. Even at their height, the Rus principalities enjoyed no real political unity. Yeah, because they were divided. Each one had a prince, a separate prince at the helm. So yeah, it had no real political unity. They fought against each other for influence and power. Of course, there was no political unity. Just as there was no real political unity between the separate princedoms of that came from the Kingdom of Poland, when the king with many different sons decided to splinter the Kingdom of Poland into different neighborhoods, as it's called in Polish. And there was one main neighborhood that was supposed to preside over all others, but it did not work like that in practice. And of course, those neighborhoods competed with one another for power and influence. And it took a lot of effort, a lot of pain, sweat, and work to actually reunite the Kingdom of Poland into a singular kingdom, which of course many scholars claim that that weakness of the division into the neighborhoods, the influence of that had a rippling effect far past the unification itself. So yes. So naturally, of course, the divided Kiev Rus sort of princehoods, or whatever we call it, also had no real political unity. But let us not forget that Kiev Rus was not always divided into those princedoms. There was a time when Kiev Rus was actually a singular united state. So we are talking about different times, sort of different periods of time.
Fully constituted Kievan state, as there was no political unity or control over fixed boundaries. And
well, that's not entirely true. There was a concept of a state as a bounded territorial unit. It's that there was a problem of who would reign over that territorial unit. And because there was no clear line of succession, as in, for example, oldest son takes it all, it was divided between the sons. Each of the sons would get their own little territory, which was bounded sort of for them, if that makes sense.
Shepard and Franklin write, there was no unitary state by any reasonable definition. There was no fixed hierarchy of power, no central structure of administration. Yet there were clearly affinities between the dynastic lands, which set them apart, collectively, from their neighbors. Essentially, the Kievan Rus, especially by this time, might be better understood as a loose amalgamation of separate polities, with some sense of shared identity.
Sort of, but it only became like that because of the problem of succession. Well, let us remind that there were times when Kiev Rus was more united under a singular ruler, because that singular ruler sort of had a problem of succession and divided the thing between the heirs. A similar thing happened in the Kingdom of Poland. So it would be like saying that the Kingdom of Poland has always been divided into neighborhoods, which was not the case. So that's also not entirely correct, because this is taking Kiev Rus from a specific point of time and saying that this sort of defines how it worked. But that's not entirely accurate, because before the time of the splintering, Kiev Rus did in fact operate as a singular Kiev Rus. Oh, it's not specifying that exactly. That it's He's not actually specifying any time period here. Well, no, that's not accurate either, because the splintering happened before the period of the Mongol yoke, quote unquote. The Mongols invaded after the splintering of Kiev Rus into the individual princedoms. Like the princedoms sort of existed for a little bit as the princedoms before they were invaded. Look, the Prussians still exist. Yeah, I get that, but I think one should be. Listen, since we're talking about rigor, since we're talking about loosened YouTube standards, I do have to uh, point out that the author of the video, Neurans, said that Kiev Rus cannot be understood as a singular state. But that statement is only true depending on the time period that you're talking about. You cannot make a generalized statement that Kiev Rus cannot be understood as a singular state. See?
In which principalities fought and allied with each other.
Let's not go there because that would also mean that technically speaking, Belarus also belongs to Ukraine, and I'm not sure that's the leap that we want to make.
And with those outside.
Hold on.
In which principalities fought and allied with each other, and with those outside. And it might be better said that the most prominent authorities were various dynasties, like the Monomakovichi of Vladimir, who intermittently ruled both Kiev and Novgorod. The Kievan Rus error may rest in the fact that Kraut's source largely skips
Heavy disagree. By definition, you cannot understand as a singular state due to its refers many different time periods. I have no idea what you mean by this. Of course it can be understood as a singular state. It can be understood as a thing that existed as a singular state at one point in time and then was splintered into separate princedoms later on. I'm not seeing what's incorrect in that statement. It's like saying that the Polish kingdom cannot be understood as a singular kingdom because later in history it will get splintered into different neighborhoods. By definition, Poland underwent the exact same thing. The only difference is that the Kingdom of Poland had the opportunity to reunify it again, and Kiev Rus didn't. No, I'm not getting into the Dugin argument. So if we say Kiev was not one singular entity, two different time periods, it existed by definition that cannot be referred as a single state. Yeah, but by that logic, no country in history can be referred to as a singular state. Well, then that becomes a useless conversation to begin with. Because it does not become this particular country cannot be referred to as a as a singular state. In this context, you can say, historically speaking, there is no such thing as a singular state, which would be the more correct statement, if I am understanding you even correctly. Then there, in that case, there's no real point to saying in the video that Kiev Rus in particular cannot be described as a singular state. Because if no country can be described as such, then there's no point in singling out Kiev Rus as some special case that cannot be called that. It really doesn't. It just creates a new mix-up, as I've demonstrated right now. But no, wait. What video that he counterclaims that it was a singular entity? Crowd's video claims that it was a singular entity? What sources claim that it was a singular entity? Because no historian that I've read about the history of Kiev Rus, technically speaking, Ukraine claims that Kiev Rus was forever a singular entity. Because the splintering is a pretty well-known historical fact and a phenomenon that has been, well, all over the region. It's not even something that's been special for Kiev Rus, this splintering into different separate princedoms, as I've demonstrated with the Kingdom of Poland example. Well, nationalists don't really make proper, legitimate historians, usually. And this video supposedly counters a particular source and claim. Let's just continue.
Over the late Kievan period, focusing more so on the Kievan Rus of 2 centuries prior, when they were described as a smaller and more unified entity. Yet,
Okay.
all this to say, by painting the Kievan Rus as a so-called typical state beforehand, it makes the
Well, what is a typical state? I have to ask. In that case, what is a typical state? Hold on, I'll be right back. Yeah, but I'm not even sure if Crowd's video does that. I'm not even sure if Kraut's video represents this tendency of projecting nation states into the past and everything that was before. So I'm not sure what this video is arguing against. Well, yeah, but this video is not arguing against Dugin. This video is arguing against Kraut's video. So you cannot just say who does what in the abstract. This video is a direct response to Kraut's video, as far as the intro said.
Differences after the Kievan Rus as a so-called typical state beforehand. It makes the differences after the Kievan Rus as a
Especially since I don't even know what a typical state is supposed to be in that time period. Is it the Holy Roman Empire? Is it the Kingdom of Poland? Is it the Czech? Is it the Grand Duchy of Lithuania? Is it like Byzantium? Or what is it? What is the typical state of the area in that time period? Es muy bien, Chaotic King. Es muy bien. As always. Well, not as always, but, you know, a lot of the time.
so-called typical state beforehand.
Right.
It makes the differences after the Mongol arrival seem more attributable to them.
Also, there's... Okay, this is just
Beforehand.
this is already very incorrect, because like there was no this before the Mongols. There was no Russia before the Mongols with this particular flag. There was one of the king princedoms, or you know, there was one area of those splintered princedoms that found themselves under the Mongolian domain. There was no this that is being shown on the screen that's splintered with the... There was no typical Russian state, quote unquote. That did not exist. There was the princedom thing, the Duchy of that became the Duchy of Moscow. It wasn't even the Duchy of Moscow at the time.
It makes the differences after the Mongol arrival seem more attributable to them. Which brings us to the start of Kraut's video.
Most lived in isolation, unbothered.
We'll see. There are probably going to be comparisons made between those princedoms that found themselves under the Mongolian rule and those that found themselves as part of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Maybe. We'll see what will happen.
By neighboring empires who saw their lands as worthless.
This is a pervasive...
Wait, hold on. What neighboring... hold on.
By neighboring empires who saw their lands as worthless.
This is a pervasive myth about nomadic pastoralists. They were not isolated. By necessity, they can't be. The peoples of the steppe tended toward highly specialized, non-autarkic economies, requiring interaction.
Okay, so I guess we're delving into the history of Mongolia, which I'm not super versed in, so I'm just gonna humbly listen here. I'm just gonna humbly listen here.
Sedentary peoples for any agricultural or handicraft goods that they could not otherwise produce themselves. Their specialization and the inherent instability in the nomadic economy incentivized a heightened...
Well, as far as I know, there's also, in Mongolia proper, there is like a scarcity of resources that would allow like a settling, and you know what I mean.
interest in trade. By economic necessity, nomads were brought to the sedentary peoples, and by social necessity, for the benefits that interaction could confer onto elites. And when trade didn't produce the desired result, then came conflict. Given the close proximity of these two zones then, it could be better understood as a frontier, blurring the line between the two. Nomads were hardly unbothered in land seen as worthless then. In regards to the land itself, acquisition of cultivated land, and other non-pastoral forms of production were key ways of social differentiation, and likewise, acquisition of new land benefited the sedentary Rus. But second, the steppe was a zone of new land benefited the sedentary Rus. But second, the steppe was a zone of economic interaction, commanding trade routes which generated wealth for those who controlled them and for those who raided them. The Volga Bulgars, for example, were a linchpin connecting the Rus to Southeast Europe and Inner Asia, leading to both trade and warfare.
Right.
By at least the 12th century, the steppe was a consistent part of the Kievan Rus system, in the sense that nomads were called up as allies and kinsmen by certain princes against others.
Right.
Most glaringly were the Cherny Klabuki, a confederation of nomadic peoples who entered the service of the princes and even garrisoned Kiev. In the other direction, consider the dozens of wars of Vladimir Monomakh, Andrei Boголюбski's crusade against the Bulgars, or even the war of his nephew Yuri just before the Mongol arrival. Or consider their outposts shown on Kraut's map. Or even in this visual, there wasn't exactly nothingness after all. All this to say, the steppe, including under the Mongols, was not as alien to the Rus as implied.
Right.
This was the modus vivendi in 1223, when the Mongols first arrived and defeated a Rus Polopsvian army at Kalkia River. They returned in 1237, and over the course of the next few years, waged a conquest of the Rus principalities.
Oh yeah, by the way, Europe was pretty defenseless against the Mongolian armies. If the Mongol Empire would have conquered a lot more, if they did not, well, stop. Just saying.
Thereafter, the Mongols, later through its subsidiary and successor, the Golden Horde, embedded themselves in the Eurasian steppe while establishing an indirect suzerainty over the Russian forest region, lasting over the next 2 centuries. Collectively, this state of affairs became the Tatar yoke. Anyway, let's proceed with how Kraut characterizes the Mongols.
There's a tendency amongst modern historians to paint the Mongol Empire in a positive light.
To be clear, the modern
Actually, just gonna put it out there, historiography tends to try to not paint states, empires in a positive nor negative light. History tries to sort of take this objective bird's view to sort of just present history. It narrativizes, of course, but it tries to basically present it and let the reader conclude as you were. Like, a historical sort of reading is not supposed to it's not supposed to push you towards a positive or a negative conclusion on its own. It's not supposed to paint a place in a positive or a negative light. It just describes the sort of actions. There's, of course, narrativization is unavoidable in history, but you're supposed to sort of come to the conclusions through sort of reading about the actions of empires or whatever.
Historians don't deal in good and bad. They deal in understanding and contextualizing why and how things happen. And this isn't they deal in To be clear, the modern historians don't deal in good and bad.
There you go. He just said what I've said. Why did I do this whole spiel? Only to pause and the author of the video just does the exact same thing. All right. That was a waste of time on my part. Doing this whole rant about how history does not actually deal with painting places in any sort of light. Well, there you go.
They deal in understanding and contextualizing why and how things happen. And this isn't to wipe away brutality or devastation. The Mongol conquests were, of course, highly destructive, leading to the brutal sacking of many cities, severe depopulation, and a lot of suffering after. And with that said, for centuries, the Mongols were painted in a specifically negative light, based on racial stereotypes and a lack of evidence which we now...
But that's not how the Mongolian Empire was framed when I was learning about the empire in high school. Well, we had a really good historian, so you know.
Have. So the modern
I guess you could say that the Mongolian Empire was painted in a positive, quote unquote, light because the Mongolian Empire, rightfully so, was painted as a far more competent military force as anything that you had in Europe at the time. Strategy wise, etc. It, for example, unlike many European countries of the time, um, it had the sort of leader that commanded the armies don't charge at the front with the army, but sort of stay at the back and command the units, which was not really a thing a lot in Europe at the time.
historians aren't trying to whitewash the Mongols. They're trying to advance our understanding beyond black and white.
Right. You're just trying to present things as they were, and sort of consumer of the history, of the historical record, can come to their own conclusions based on that, sort of.
The Mongols were a tribal people who had no state or legal structures that they transferred over to the people they conquered.
The Mongol Empire can't be generalized to just a tribal people, nor did they lack state or legal structures.
Right. That's a pretty interesting thing to say, actually.
And they certainly did transfer things to the people they conquered. In
Right.
fact, that's a key point to the theory. Kraut doesn't clarify
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
what definition of state he's using, and why the Kievan Rus was a state and the Mongols are not, but
I mean, it had to be a state. It was it was a whole empire, the Mongolian Empire, and the whole, as I remember it, the whole reason why why the Mongolian Empire did not move on to further conquest was because of a sudden crisis in, crisis in rulership, because Genghis Khan died, or Genghis Khan, as in English you say it.
at a minimum, the Mongols are usually described as a state before leaving modern-day Mongolia. In either case, the Mongol Empire and its successors underwent considerable development after. Focusing on the Golden Horde, they created a centralized state with complex administrative institutions, incorporating ideas and talent from across the empire. Notably, after the conversion to Islam, they fused Mongol administrative practices and the Yasa legal code with the highly sophisticated Islamic divan system. They built new cities, which became centers of trade, manufacturing, and agriculture, and a permanent urbanized bureaucracy for administration over their territory. Based on context, Kraut seems to be using tribal and a lack of statehood to signify the Mongols had no political organization or institutions to give, but that's not the case at all. Their ability to integrate all sorts of institutions was among their greatest strengths. Although Kraut similarizes the Mongols with other steppe nomads, it's also important to consider how they were different, namely how they created states after these conquests, which could last centuries. Later, Kraut adds,
Because the Mongols had brought no legal code of limited aristocratic power,
outside Fukuyama, I've been unable to find in Kraut's sources this idea that the Mongols had no legal code or incentivized wanton extractiveness. In actuality, the Mongols had laws and limited the power of officials. They did raid the Rus lands, but like other nomads, they also recognized pretty intuitively that it was better to have a region steadily produce for you than
Well,
to
yeah, that's why they became sort of a suzerain, right? The Duchy of Moscow was a suzerain to the Mongolian Empire. They paid tax, they paid tribute, and in order to pay tribute, they had to produce. So they had to be given room to do so, right?
constantly be desolating it. And so Genghis Khan and his successors often issued
Yeah, there was a succession problem. That's why the conquest slowed down by the Mongolian Empire. Thank you. There was a crisis in succession because the successors fought among themselves. Whew.
decrees prohibiting uncontrolled pillaging. As one example, at the Kurultai of 1269, it was reiterated that immoderate exploitation, or any taxation except where specified, was banned, along with trespassing on arable land and interference in local governance. This is not to say the rules were never broken, but it's to show this idea of them not even trying to have law and order has no basis in reality. Now let's talk about those economic effects. Kraut doesn't really cover this aspect, but the Mongols also gave rise to recovery and economic growth after their conquest, and actively cultivated as much, which had a major effect on...
I mean, that makes sense if you want to have a place under you that will regularly pay you tribute.
production, commerce, demographics, and urbanization among the Rus, even if only motivated by self-interest. Relevant here is that the Mongols connected the region to new trade routes and also expanded and redirected existing trade routes in their favor. Trade was then also strengthened by the Mongols building outposts and stations, forming treaties, creating a postal system, and most importantly, by protection of merchants. And this was streamlined, because rather than the Rus having to make deals with one group to protect against another, they were all now, at least in theory, united under one tax-free Mongol guaranteed roof. This so-called Pax Mongolica led to increased trade and settlement in and with the steppe. Another prominent argument is that the Rus were completely cut off from the outside world because of the Mongols, which Kraut somewhat alludes to. First of all, I get that this is only a loose map, but the cities mentioned are pretty far off the mark. More importantly, this point is misconstrued. There was arguably a shift away from Kiev already beginning before the Mongols.
Kiev, let's be a... Oh, I hate this. I hate this. I'm detracting points from this video for the whole Kiev thing. It's Kiev.
The city had been sacked multiple times in the century before, and Andrei Bogolyubsky had transferred the Grand Princedom to Vladimir after 1169. Many Rus cities were in the northeast already, so I wouldn't write it off as only a backwater. Because of the reorientation of...
He's Russian though. Just because he's Russian, it does not mean that he cannot use the currently proper way of saying the things. Okay? Why is he, just because he's Russian, that doesn't mean he has to be a Russian chauvinist? Is that what you're saying? Is that our takeaway? The Russian mir has to be exported even always and at all times.
trade. If you're going to make any generalization, it should be that opportunely placed cities were the ones
Hold on, get unused from it. I used to be used to saying na Ukrainie and now I say v Ukrainie. I had no problem with switching.
ones that prospered and could outpace poorly located older cities.
One is Russian, one is Ukrainian. And you should be using the Ukrainian one now.
There's no one-to-one correlation between areas devastated by the Mongols and areas most impoverished. Susdalia was one of the hardest hit regions by the conquest, and yet it was the city out of Susdalia, Moscow, that rose to predominance. Conversely, Smolensk was not as bad.
This video is 1 month old. There's no excuse. Also, it would be it would be useful to also make some comparison between the princedoms that were under the influence of the Mongolian Empire and the ones that ended up being part of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, no? Wouldn't that be a pretty good point of reference to sort of compare these situations?
Badly affected by the conquest, and yet lagged behind. The Mongols exacerbated the trend away from Kiev, although created trends in other directions as well. And while Kraut
After all,
implied...
you cannot say exasperated the trend away from Kiev because Kiev became part of a separate structure altogether, no? Kiev became part of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania structure, and it had its own great influence on the Great Duchy of Lithuania. So we cannot just speak of moving away from Kiev. That's also not exactly accurate to say, which is why I said that a comparison to what happened to the other sort of separate presidents of Kiev Rus that went to the Grand Duchy of Lithuania would be useful, because then we end up with,
although created trends in other directions, exacerbated the trend away from Kiev.
because we end up in very simplified and reductive statements like trend away from Kiev, right?
Although created trends in other directions as well. And while crowd implies these were landlocked, isolated places, we shouldn't forget the importance of rivers and overland trade. It was precisely this advantageous position for commerce and communication which contributes to Moscow's emergence as a powerful state. Likewise, urbanization did occur. For the reasons mentioned, it was indirectly promoted by the Mongols. As for cutoff from the outside world, this doesn't bear out. For one, the Rus were now connected to a massive continent-spanning empire and regularly were in contact with it. Our accounts state, and archaeological evidence now support.
I guess I would say that nobody says it was isolated, but I guess this is a direct response to the crowd video, and the crowd video says that. And that was my complaint before, that the author should be replying to crowd, since, yeah, you know what I mean.
Reports that the Rus made frequent trips to the Mongol cities and lived and worked among them. The increase in international commerce exposed the Rus to new luxuries, as evidenced by the discovery of exotic goods, even among Rus villages. That said, the implication is really that they were cut off from Europe. But how cut off were they?
Oh, let's see. Let us see. Maybe now we will see this comparison. Maybe now we'll discuss the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. I think Kingdom of Poland is pretty much out of the picture at this point, because before the unification.
The Mongols revived trade with the Byzantines, which for various reasons had begun to decline in the century prior. We also know the Byzantines were still sending metropolitans, churchmen, books, etc. as before.
Right.
Therefore, I don't agree that,
Ties with the Byzantians were now broken.
if anything, it's the opposite. The Golden Horde had good relations with the Byzantines, meaning by getting close to the Mongols, the Rus were remaining close with Constantinople. These cultural ties were never exactly broken. Then there was the growing Baltic trade, the communiques and occasional marriage proposals, and as we'll see in another video, the intricate interaction between the Rus and the papacy during the Tatar yoke. Therefore, they were largely in contact here at least as much as before.
Well, not as much as before, because you're not mentioning Lithuania and other those places in the region, right? And the trade of Kiev and the Kingdom of Poland, the Holy Roman Empire, that was a big thing for a pretty big period of time. So what happened to that? You did not mention that at all, those trade routes.
As for extractive institution, this is evidently language from the book Why Nations Fail. For now, I just want to note, the book recognizes that successful institutions aren't historically predetermined. They're contingent. They can be reversed. Likewise, it recognizes that by and large, every state in the 13th century was incredibly extractive, Mongols or otherwise.
Right.
In their words, Europe had a highly extractive system. No doubt this would apply to the Kievan Rus, given that their socioeconomic system was largely based around literal extraction of tribute. Why Nations
Right.
Fail seems to implicitly reject the Mongol theory, as from their perspective, Eastern and Western Europe were virtually at the same starting position despite Mongol rule. Although the book
Wait, but not all of Eastern Europe was under the Mongol rule. What? So the Eastern and Western Europe division is not based on Mongol rule and no Mongol rule. What is
asserts
this?
true virtually at the same starting position despite Mongol rule.
the Kingdom of Poland was not under Mongol rule. The Great Duchy of Lithuania was not under the Mongol rule. What is this East-West, despite Mongol rule thing?
Although the book asserts truly non-extractive, inclusive institutions don't really appear until the modern era, similar to the Rome example, one might apply the book to the Mongols by looking at how they fostered inclusive institutions in their time, despite also having an extractive system. Another approach might be if and how the cultural, economic, and technological transfer out of Asia that the Mongols facilitated contributed to the rise of European institutions. Regardless, the Tatar yoke and the Pax Mongolica do not need to be mutually exclusive. There's no disputing that the Mongols extracted tribute from their subjects, but
Yeah, there is none.
they simultaneously enabled increased economic growth and positive institutions as well, which generated substantial wealth for the Rus in spite of the tribute. So,
For the Rus? What do you mean for the Rus? Oh, hold on. Now you're mixing up terms. For the Rus, but there was no singular Rus. You said earlier in the video there was not a singular state, and there was no singular Rus. There were different princedoms, and now you're referring to the single princedom that was under the Mongolian rule as the Rus, which is extremely incorrect to do. What do you mean by to the Rus? A big portion of it became part of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, including Kiev itself. Did that benefit from the Mongolian Empire?
in as well, which generated substantial wealth for the Rus in
So what is the Rus in this context? Just the Duchy of Moscow? Is it the Rus now? Listen, I do not like the language used here. Especially since there was a huge introduction saying that Rus was not a singular state. And now this little bit that was under the influence of the Mongolian Empire is basically framed as the Rus.
spite of the tribute. So in sum, the Kievan Rus already had an extractive system, which the Mongols reoriented, but were mostly agnostic about. And
Well, no.
like Rome over Britain, they created some partially inclusive institutions in the meantime, but the empire also didn't determine their history thereafter. Speaking of which, let's talk about Novgorod. We'll come back to this later, but one of the main points of Kraut's argument is that there were these two clearly available paths to go down.
Right.
The Mongol-influenced, despotic Moscow,
Alright.
and the commercial, western-facing, and democratic Novgorod. And unfortunately, Russia went down the former. Kraut's argument is actually almost identical to that of another guy, but that's for a future video. The problem is, most of the details Kraut presents in support of this narrative are incorrect. For one thing, Novgorod was most definitely subordinated to the Mongols.
Okay.
Kraut unwittingly harkens here to a romantic myth surrounding the city, created in the centuries after, that it had been miraculously spared any Mongol presence. And there is a kernel of truth to this. Novgorod
It's interesting that we're totally ignoring the parts of the princedoms that were totally outside of Mongolian influence, that were part of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Which I think comparative analysis would be useful here.
wasn't sacked during the initial Mongol conquest, but it seems to have surrendered by accepting a new overlord in, which it had a long tradition of doing. And for the record, Novgorod was far from the only city to not be sacked. Many cities did some variation of this.
Okay.
We know it was subordinated though, because Novgorodian chronicles began to speak about paying the tribute to the Mongols, the tax collectors entering the city, and various interventions in Novgorodian politics within a decade or two after the conquest and thereafter. So relevant here is that if collecting Mongol tribute is really
I do. We should. We totally should. I mean, some countries would not like it, countries like Ukraine and Belarus, but you know, that's the price of progress, isn't it?
what made Moscow extractive.
I don't want to be subtle. That's not what this channel is about. Subtlety. Pfft. It's for cowards.
We would expect it to have also made Novgorod extractive, since they at least have that in common. Next, Kraut calls Novgorod an important part of the Hanseatic League of Cities.
What is this, Poland? The white and red flag was not even created before the 19th century. Oh, whatever. Whatever.
Although implies this was before or until the Mongols came.
Oh, Lubeck.
But this isn't quite true.
This is not Poland. White and red.
And the presentation is backwards. Novgorod wasn't a member of the Hansa, in the sense of being politically integrated. It's commonly associated with the Hansa because it was home to an important contour, which was like an embassy for German merchants. And although trade and individual agreements went back much earlier, Novgorod's ingratiation to the Hansa was largely after its vassalage to the Mongols was established. Plus, the early Hansa was quite different. Riga had only just been founded, and it and Bremen didn't join the Hansa until decades later. The transition of the Hansa into the more formal political League of Cities wouldn't occur for another century. The famous treaty with Novgorod, called Nyber's cross-kissing, was
No, we'll do something more. We'll do something more. We'll do some more things.
4 decades after that. So any argument that Novgorod was unique due to its relationship with the Hansa needs to contend with that being concurrent with the Mongols. Secondly, we need to consider how the Mongols aided Novgorodian trade, including with the Hansa. The Mongols oversaw and honored agreements made by the principalities with their neighbors and encouraged Novgorod's mercantile success.
Notice the slave trade.
As Noonan writes, Novgorod was never isolated from the rest of Europe by the Mongol yoke. In fact, the Mongols seem to have encouraged Novgorod's trade with the Baltic. And of course they would. They would want more wealth to go through Novgorod and thus to them. For example, in one decree, Mongu Timur commanded Novgorod to not obstruct Baltic trade and to welcome in the Germans. And the Golden Horde also gave tax exemptions to Hanseatic merchants coming in through the city. And that said, this idea of a pro-Western Novgorod versus an Eastern-facing Moscow, once proposed in the 1960s, doesn't really bear out either. For one thing,
The context of the video is Kraut's Orientalism meets the end of history travesty, I think, to keep in mind.
Our sources don't indicate that Novgorod had any special interest in the institutions or affairs of their Western neighbors. Novgorod traded with the Hansa, but didn't seek affinity with them, hence also the many wars between them. In addition, Kraut's framing might give the false impression of a humane Novgorod destroyed by the brutal Moscow. But this is a little reductive, and to be clear, Novgorod was also famous for its own sackings and slave raids, in which they did much of the same.
Who wasn't at the time, to be fair.
Next, the romanticization of Novgorodian democracy doesn't really bear out either. The Vicha wasn't a parliament. It was a loosely organized body for approval or consensus, whose emergence as a somewhat formal, distinct institution appears in our sources only around the early 1400s, and which at the best of times, only a political minority could take part in. For this reason, the city is usually regarded as an oligarchy. And while Kraut describes the ideal Vicha in theory, as on page 59 of a history, the following page explains the city largely became controlled in practice by a small group of wealthy lords who effectively eliminated any power the Vicha could have had. Nor was this democratic accountability or checks and balances in the modern sense. The so-called elections need to be viewed in the context of Rus history, in which conflict between princes almost always imposed on Novgorod who would be elected. And if unelected, princes didn't always acquiesce. as seen for example in the Alexandrovich civil wars. This rule by the nobility, as well as major wars with the Hansa, destabilized Novgorod and aided its eventual conquest, with a significant part of the city supporting Moscow over its oligarchy. So while the video narrativizes the conflict as the despotic Moscow...
I mean, narrativization is part for the course in history, but the problem and the question is how that narrativization is done. You cannot avoid narrativization in history. It's impossible. You cannot present history as a raw, dry list of facts. Or at least nobody will learn that. People react better to narrativization. It's basically unavoidable.
Distinguishing democratic Novgorod, the real conflict doesn't break down as neatly. And to be clear, Vicha existed not just in Novgorod. Not only were there a few other republics similar to Novgorod, Vicha also appeared across this region in a less institutionalized or infrequent role. One famous example was the Vicha called in Moscow in 1382. That's after some 150 years of Mongol rule and in the despotic belly of the beast itself. There's no evidence, by the way, of the Mongols being against Vicha as a concept. So at the least, it's hard to argue this tradition was deliberately snuffed out by them.
I mean, the main the main sort of thing that kept the Duchy of Moscow under its sort of like the rule sort of the Mongolian Empire was this need to pay tribute, which sort of the duchy freed itself from at some point. And well, there's a lot to get into here. You should listen to the Timothy Snyder lectures. They explain it pretty well.
Now let's talk about the idea of assimilation.
The nomads turned into what they had conquered.
This can be true, although not exactly as a rule, nor is it...
I'm not even sure if that no, I'm not pretty sure that's not what happened here. Especially since the Mongolian Empire had conquered quite a lot of people, China and to the east and etc.
Unique to nomads. When an exogenic minority ruling class replaces a previous one by conquest, they may by necessity adopt elements of the conquered culture in order to effectively govern that which they conquered. If I'm nitpicking, Kraut's examples leave a lot to be desired, as they're not really showing clear.
What does that mean? The Slavic tribes conquered Eastern Europe and turned into the Slavic kingdoms. That I'm not sure what this statement means. The Slavic tribes conquered Eastern Europe. The Slavic tribes more like united. This is more of an example of migration. To whom would they be assimilating into here? Yeah, exactly. What does that mean? The Slavic tribes conquered Eastern Europe and turned into the Slavic... what? That's more of an example of the tribes uniting to create bigger entities rather than assimilating. I'm not sure what that means in the case of the Slavic tribes.
Assimilation, or play a little fast and loose with terms. I can allow the China example, although maybe it should be said that was a deliberate terms. I can allow the China example, although maybe it should be said that was a deliberate policy by Kublai Khan, with great resistance from within, and alienating Mongolia proper and the majority Mongol population. Regardless, in building up to the reveal of Russia as the big exception, some of the examples are exaggerated, while ones that contradict are left out. And it's actually not that exceptional. The Mongols did assimilate in part to those they conquered here, but that is to say, the Turkic and Islam-practicing peoples of the region they actually settled in. As we noted, they had an indirect suzerainty over the forest region, quite simply because they didn't need to be any more direct. The Rus were tangential to their interest, in that direct control wouldn't advance much additional wealth. so they were less ingratiated in the local administration and had less need to borrow from them.
Right.
Regardless, after establishing the Mongols earlier as despotic and lacking legality, Kraut then argues that if Russia is those things, it's because they assimilated to the Mongols. But let's examine this claim then that the Mongol despotism beget Russian despotism. We're referring to a system in which a sole ruler has unrestricted power within their realm, and in which it is understood they can and do exercise this power arbitrarily, unfairly, or excessively. For this claim to be true, it assumes or implies a few things. That the Mongols were despotic in the first place, that they transferred this despotism to the Rus, that they didn't transfer things to the contrary, that the Rus after were therefore like the Mongols, that the Rus couldn't plausibly be this way without them, that they perhaps had no capacity for despotism before, and that the Rus presumably had to become this way thereafter. However, essentially every single one of these points can be disproven. First, the popular conception of the despotic Mongols just doesn't conform to reality. The Mongols had no such tradition of despotic control, with their institutions developing from the highly decentralized political culture of the steppe, in which leadership tended to be fluid and dispositional. Concentration of power in the hands of one person was an alien concept, and
I mean, Genghis Khan was a single person and the empire was pretty much centered around him, no? In fact, his death sort of created a crisis within the empire. A crisis of succession, if you will. Will this be sort of addressed?
decisions were traditionally rendered in a conciliar, non-autocratic fashion. Though the Mongols formed an empire, it was in turn influenced by these concepts, and with authority widely delegated. Decentralization.
That's true, it was delegated, but still. There was one guy at the helm that sort of kept things together. And after he died, the successors came back to fight for who's gonna be the next boss.
Could be called a defiant
I suppose so. Yeah, still supports the overall argument that Rush didn't learn the. I mean, not really Rush. We cannot say Rush learned this because, first of all, there was no singular Rush. There were different princedoms. So, if you say Rush, you have to include the parts that became part of Lithuania, and that parts had nothing to do with Mongolia. So let's just focus on saying Moscovia, I guess. Muscovy.
defining characteristic of Mongol rule. Territories were highly regionalized away from central authorities, with China, for example, being divided into a far higher number of subdivisions and tiers than ever before, with a dual administrative structure in each to separate powers between officials. They also deliberately decentralized the military, granting authority to regional secretariats in a departure from how the Song dynasty
Yeah, I guess that's the whole delegating thing is true.
maintained direct control over all military at the provincial level. This tendency is also clear in how the empire itself was divided and ruled through existing power structures and institutions. In our case, the Golden Horde ruling indirectly through the Rus princes.
Right.
And crucially, the powers of the Khans were limited by such institutions as the Council of State and Kurukai Beys, ruling with the Khan and having the power to unseat him. One of the more famous versions of the Mongol theory, Wittfogel's Oriental despotism, assumes the Mongols acquired this practice from China and then transferred it to Russia. But there was no practice of despotism in the first place, let alone in or from China. Second, however we describe the Mongol Empire, they did have administrative institutions to give. But Moscow can't be said to have copied verbatim. Some Muscovite conventions are considered almost certainly of Mongol origin, such as the postal system, various financial and bureaucratic.
I'm gonna impression that this person understands there was no singular Rush, but uses it as a shorthand further into the video because that's what Crowd did. That was a while since I watched it. I mean, he does understand there was no singular Rush because he talks about it at the beginning of the video, but also that just makes it very inconsistent for him to use the term like that, which I will nitpick.
Practices, diplomatic norms, and military innovations. But other administrative features of an empire, including most of the legal system, the Islamic Divan, and so on, were rejected. While it's been suggested by some that the rise of Moscow is owed to cooperation with the Mongols, even with influence and opportune cooperation, Moscow also grew beyond the Golden Horde, holding the territory it acquired and built.
Oh yeah, but that was later. No, it was after it sort of got out of the influence of the Golden Horde, after it freed itself from paying tribute. No.
Building its own administrative institutions, often highly dissimilar from that of its former overlord. Unsurprisingly then, the Muscovite state didn't resemble Mongolia. It used Mongol models where useful, but along with models from numerous other sources, and their own indigenous innovations, refoundings, and combinations. Conversely, other institutions that Moscow did adopt could be called unconducive to autocracy, meaning if derived from the Mongols, could be called
Interesting.
conducive to autocracy, meaning if derived from the Mongols, they hindered Russian despotism. For example, dual administration may well have been imported. They also appear to have influenced the petition system and the Muscovite style of consensus politics. Speaking of which, this line about the Zemsky Sobor really misses one of the fundamental aspects of Muscovite political culture, which is that it was built around consensus. There was no formalized body or corporate culture in a Western sense, nor were powers legally enshrined. But in short, a boyar council was always at the center of Muscovite politics, wielding real power, signing off on documents, and checking the power of the sovereign. Muscovite ideology was built around this idea of power emanating from an autocrat, although the term itself carried no meaning of unlimited power as we conceive it nowadays. And the actualization of his power relied upon the sovereign being beholden to and maintaining his boyars.
Well, technically speaking, the leader, I'm not sure when that came into fruition, but the leader could take away from the boyars and create them. So,
Ironically, it was a boyar council that English MP Giles Fletcher witnessed and called Russia's parliament, but the video forgets it entirely. For our purposes here, what's notable is that the structure of the boyar council appears to have been based on the Golden Horde administration. And while we're here, this characterization of the Sobor is pretty exaggerated. Though a non-legislative body, it did serve a deliberative function, bringing a larger cross-section of the population into decision-making, including non-aristocrats, and occasionally had significant power and influence in running the country. And as a nitpick, I'm not sure what this date is, but as fans of the election series will recall, he probably meant to put 1907 if anything, when the Stolypin coup occurred. Anyway, as already discussed, the Mongols didn't deliberately target democratic institutions. When they did intervene in politics, it was to take down rebellious or ambitious princes. So in that sense, they were limiting monarchs while not harming the nobility, which is why the late Tatar yoke in Just After is sometimes called the Golden Age of the Boyars. It's also why Kraut's claim that the princes were extracting tribute with increased ruthlessness doesn't really work. The Khans basically wanted steady income without any headaches, which would behoove them to enforce reasonability. Embezzlement was a capital offense, and the main charge levied when they dethroned a prince. To what degree any institutions are directly appreciable to the Mongols is disputed, but in either case, it would be wrong to assume institutional borrowing determined the Russian course thereafter. Inheriting a model for administrative bureaucracy does not an autocracy make. Mongol institutions became effective tools for the Muscovite state once arisen.
To be honest, this is the first time I'm seeing this person.
But they did not produce it, nor did they set it in stone. When Kraut says,
The newly independent Russia kept the socio-economic and political.
Okay, there was no newly independent Russia, because the Russia did not exist in Russia at that point. It existed as like the Duchy of Moscow. Like Russia became Russia in the 1700s. Like you cannot say the newly independent Russia.
Structures that had developed under Mongol rule, and strengthened them.
This is absolutely not the case. By the 16th century, Muscovite administrative and cultural ideas diverged considerably, and there was conscious removal or rewriting of so-called obsolete institutions of the Mongol period. Regardless, let's see how Kraut characterizes borrowings.
The Russian princes even adopted the warfare tactics of their conquerors.
The Mongols were the premier military power of their day. It would
I mean, the Mongols, I'm not sure what this person's take on this will be, but the Mongolian armies were like the most effective army at the time. Of course, like Muscovy would borrow from it, since at the time, basically, when the Mongolian Empire entered and started conquering things, no European army could stand up to them. A big strategy that Europe sort of adopted was to hide in the castles, because the Mongolian Empire didn't really have any siege technology to, well, take castles with. That was one way to deal with the thing, to sort of bunker in the castles.
be incompetency not to learn from them. But for his example, Kraut claims they built
So yeah, it's like, of course. That was actually a big plus of having contact with the Mongolian Empire to adopt their military strategy. That was actually a really good thing for anyone to do. Also, wooden fortresses were a thing in many, like in, well, the so-called grody. I'm pretty sure those were wooden.
wooden forts instead of stone castles.
Also, I'm not even sure if using the term cavalry when it came to Mongolian army is like, it operated a bit differently than like the classical European cavalry that just charged ahead. It was used more maneuvering tactics, the Mongolian army.
This line harkens to a certain myth in Russian history, which granted Kraut doesn't explicitly say, but the idea is that the Mongols bombed Russia back into the Wood Age. Firstly, the Rus made use of both wood and stone before and after the Mongols. There was a major decline in new build and stone Russia back into the Wood Age, explicitly say, but the idea...
Oh, there was no Russia, or whatever. I hate this sort of trying to be, there was a unified Rus, we have to be very precise, we have to be very this and that, because there were different princedoms, there was no single Rus. Then he uses the term Rus, and of course there was no Russia at the time, but now he uses the term Russia. I don't like this sort of sloppy inconsistency, okay? I don't like it.
idea is that the Mongols bombed Russia back into the Wood Age. Firstly, the Rus made use of both wood and stone before and after the Mongols. There was a major decline in new building projects in the approximately 50-year period after the conquest, both from the general devastation and economic downturn, and also the temporary relocation of craftsmen out of the region to the new Mongol cities. But thereafter, illustrating the economic recovery, monumental building projects returned and increased significantly, even more than the pre-Mongol period. Second, we shouldn't necessarily associate wood with more primitive. Even among wooden buildings, the building practices became much more complex over time. Wood also just makes sense in a lot of contexts. This is a region covered in timber, and it also on average gets much colder than Western Europe. So given wood is readily, and it also...
I mean, which is considered Western Europe here? We have Poland, Belarus. Why are we using this map?
on average gets much colder than Western Europe. So given wood is readily available and better for insulation, wooden buildings would be desirable. Third, if the implication is the Rus learned this tactic from the Mongols, perhaps we should point out the Mongols built huge stone cities, such as Sarai, their city that the Rus would have been most familiar with. Fourth, this idea of Moscow building forts out of wood and burning them down isn't really an accurate reflection of their rise to power. On several occasions in the 1300s, during Moscow's crucial wars for regional hegemony,
What, with the Grand Duchy of Vilnius? There we go. Now we get to the relevant part of the world, finally.
Lithuania reached the gates of Moscow, but was unable to penetrate its fortified stone walls built during the Tatar yoke. So it was the fact that they didn't do what Kraut says that ensured their success here.
The most advanced country on earth, the US, uses primarily wood for houses.
Fifth, it appears Kraut
I'm not sure if that's the... To be fair, I'm not sure if that's the implication that wood is...
makes this distinction that they had no castles, only forts, because later he'll say that a lack of castles shows a lack of a regionalized feudal social structure.
That's not really true.
However, Russia did have castles.
Because the Kingdom of Poland started with the so-called grody, which were wooden. And already at that time it had a sort of a feudal structure, so...
Usually wooden, but also stone, and built by lords and princes all across the country. The wooden ones don't survive to the present, but some stone ones,
Actually,
especially later.
Let's take a look. Gniezno wiki. Grud. All right. Was it wooden? Czy grody były drewniane? I'm sorry, I have to use Polish. Yeah. Yep, they were wooden. They were definitely wooden. Okay, thank you. Jesus. Yeah, they were wooden. They looked like this, more or less. So yeah, they were wooden. The books are mimicking your loved ones in order to... Hello, phone. I'm not sure what brings you here, and I'm not sure what is your angle. Damn. Thank you, phone. Thank you, phone. Wow, what an active viewer phone is. I'm not sure how... I'm pretty sure this is the first time I'm seeing you here. But, alright. Alrighty then.
Or repurposed ones do survive, and you can see some on screen now. And either way, this seems like a rather arbitrary distinction to me, as I don't see why a wooden fort couldn't serve the same function. And evidently, Russia had regionalized social...
Hello, Oren. I don't know. I don't even know if this is trolling or just joking around. It feels like just kidding around, to be honest.
Social structures. Now, Russia, of course, had its
The regionalized structure of aristocracies didn't... That's not entirely true.
own unique elements and peculiarities. But it seems to me that for the purpose of Kraut's argument, Russia fulfills the important aspects of the comparison. There were the numerous independent polities that we've already mentioned, each with their own aristocracies. There were the regional appanage and service principalities under the Grand Duke. There were powerful dynasties who had hegemony or property over large parts of the country, like the Trubetskoys of Trubchesk, the Mikolinskis of Tver, any number of houses on the Lithuanian border, the Chingizid Principality of Kasimov, or even the Stroganovs in the Urals. There were the countless clans and local elites who ruled regional estates and administrations, and they were joined by thousands of prominent Pomeshchik families, which Kraut alludes to. There was the Danilovich Civil War, fought partially between nobles along regional lines. There was the long tradition of fortified monastic compounds, which fulfilled a similar role to a castle town, but for the church, and each with their own network of servitors and dependents, becoming important regional players in their own right. There were even Sasikas and their regional network of fortifications across the steppe. So I'm gonna have to push back on this idea that there were no regional structures or castles offering protection. They did exist, and had a major impact on Muscovite development. Although I'm not covering Ivan here, I want to return to that line about the 9 surviving families real quick, because it's highly deceptive and indicative of the problem. The implication is that there were tons of families, and then Ivan killed all but 9, that there were virtually no aristocrats left. But first, in the telephone game of sourcing, it goes from few of the old princely families remained, to only 9 of the old princely families were left alive, to of the many aristocratic families of Russia, only 9 survived, which is a pretty major jump. The princely families were a small subset of the upper aristocracy, not representative of the whole. So this is sort of like interpreting the line, few presidential cabinet members were retained, as barely any politicians were left in the United States. And second, if Kraut was thinking of the major boyar families, throughout Muscovite history, they tended to fluctuate naturally between 5 and 15 as families came and went. So even if there was a drop to 9 major families, that would actually sound pretty standard. It might be better to look at the total number of people in the Boyar Council. During Ivan's reign, the council increased unprecedentedly, then dropped back down, only to explode under the Romanovs. So evidently, Ivan didn't extinguish aristocracy as the video implies. Speaking of which, there's the topic of the Black Death and feudalism in Russia, which is likely a topic big enough for its own video, but I'll discuss a couple relevant points now. In my opinion, the importance of the Black Death and other factors discussed are more defensible positions, but there's still quite a few problems with how Kraut goes about it.
In fact, there is debate among historians if Russia experienced medieval feudalism at all.
This century, the debate is on if feudalism itself even existed, or at least if it's productive to continually try to fit different societies across Europe, with all their nuances and exceptions, into the very non-medieval, nebulous construct that is feudalism. In short, many of the generalizations or models said about feudalism in the video aren't really substantiated or used anymore, at least not as universal concepts. There was no coherent quote-unquote system of feudalism across Europe. And even still, it would be a vast generalization to group all of so-called Europe together in contrast to Russia.
That is, well, there was no Russia till the 1700s, whatever. It's,
Despite a diversity of political systems and responses to the Black Death here.
True.
Responses which didn't break down along the ideological or social composition of governments. So saying the Black Death caused Europe to begin paying peasants and Russia to begin clamping down on peasants would at best be reductive.
It would be incorrect. No.
Assuming it was true. Kraut is getting at something real here, which is that per capita incomes, as well as labor productivity, generally increased after the Black Death, although not invariably or uniformly, and this largely reversed by 1500. Among other factors, the post-plague boom is because while population dropped, the means of production stayed the same. Additionally, while true in spirit, it's not just that peasants went from working for protection to working for wages. Usually they had some sort of agreement to use the land, and the terms of such agreements were being lessened. So peasant income was also increasing because they were paying the owners less. For the growing subset that were hired labor, they saw the rate of pay increase explicitly. But that said, the frequent response initially was not to pay these higher wages.
I mean, think that was actually depend on the area.
But to clamp down, most famous are the Ordinances of England, in which after the Black Death and over the next century after, the crown banned higher wages,
Like, I'm pretty sure the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth worked peasants to the bone without super high
curtailed
wages.
mobility, prohibited the enticing away of workers, and allowed any able-bodied person to be forced into service labor.
True.
Although in time the English laws largely failed, similar laws appeared across Europe of varying severity, longevity, or effectiveness. On the other side of the equation,
Oh, wait, hold on. Sarmatia. What is Sarmatia?
the main problem with the argument is that enserfment in Russia occurred centuries after the Black Death. In the 1300s and 1400s, there was generally free movement of peasants, and rulers encouraged as much by their policies. Due to higher demand for labor, lords here also competed to attract peasants to their lands, with owners compelled
Sort of, for a time, but that ended later. Just saying. The free movement of peasants sort of later ended, and peasants were tied to their land. I know that did not last long. Peasants just being able to move freely. That was cut short in time.
to give in to what
Just saying.
the peasants wanted. Attempts were made to curtail movement. However, unlike, say, England, there was no countrywide law banning mobility, only one-off charters granted to individual estates or monasteries. And as the frequent rewriting and reissuing of these charters suggests, they didn't really work. For at least the next century or two, restrictions were rare, sporadic, inconsistent, and ineffective. The first partial restriction to emerge, which sought to limit migration to a certain window of the year, didn't coalesce
There
until
we go. First it was being able to move, then it was locking it to certain parts of the year, and then was just cut short altogether. It was a process.
the very end of the 15th century,
Yep.
and even then wasn't definitive. And at this time, in a reversal of the Kievan era, the law stipulated peasants were not impeded for being in debt. Creditors could not compel debtors to work if they left. The enserfment which Kraut describes took
That's
place
why people escaped.
gradually, and especially after 1649. So about
We of course it was gradual, but it still happened.
3 centuries after the Black Death. Not only was Moscow unable to strictly tie the peasants to the land yet, maybe even less so than Western
Yet.
Europe, its
Also, what do we count into Western Europe? Because that's a pretty nebulous term. What do we count as Western Europe? Anything outside of Muscovy is Western Europe? Where does Western Europe begin? Where does it end in this scenario?
relative wealth from trade and the like meant it didn't have to. It had the flexibility to lower taxes and restrictions, and thus entice peasants into its lands from neighbors. Moscow's strength was in growing its available manpower faster than others, by incentivizing immigration, buying labor,
Who are the rivals? Lithuania?
relocation and colonization, donating land to the church, which was a colonizing force in its own right, and recruiting and better integrating foreign populations, like the Tatars dislodged from the Golden Horde's collapse. And this actually makes for a more consistent argument, because if there was enserfment, we would expect it to benefit the landowners and aristocrats, whereas with intensified competition, an already weak aristocracy would be disadvantaged. So rather than Kraut's linear path of increasing state exploitation, the evidence seems to suggest the opposite. And rather than a dichotomy between Europe and Russia, we observe a diversity of reactions all over. Though the ordinances in Western Europe often failed, the point is they were tried. Kraut's narrative suggests that the Russians had a different mentality or set of conditions because of the Mongols that made them clamp down on peasants, while Europe did not. But non-Mongol influenced Europe also tried to clamp down on peasants, and Russia often didn't. Later on, when enserfment did occur, it happened in Poland and Germany as well.
Poland? What do you mean by Poland? Do you mean by Poland? See, I hate this. Like, I hate when a person starts the video by, oh, we have to be so historically accurate. There was no such thing as a singular Kiev, Rush. We have to be very precise with our language. We have to say that, And now he shoots with Poland. What does he mean by Poland? Just the Kingdom of Poland, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth? What does he mean? What does he mean by Germany? When Germany unified soon before World War I. And before that was a collection of different German kingdoms. Saxony, Prussia, etc. There was no singular Germany before the unification. So what is he talking about when he says Germany? I hate the inconsistency and being accurate. The selective accuracy is driving me up the wall.
Despite being outside the Tatar yoke. This is not to say Russia and other countries were the same. It's to say they were similar in their dissimilarity. Therefore, the Mongols...
I mean, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was quite different from places like Prussia, Austria, and yes, the Duchy of Moscow as well. So, I guess, yeah. Maybe.
and Black Death don't adequately explain the later autocracy. Kraut's argument here is taken from Chapter 4 of Why Nations Fail, but it's interesting in how the book differs.
I've seen this book. I've seen this book somewhere. Why Nations Fail. I've seen this book at someone's library. I just can't put my finger on it. Whatever.
The book doesn't attribute the divergence to the Mongols. Instead, they argue serfdom solidified after the Black Death in the East to feed the growth of the West. So while the book explains the development of extractive institutions as part of a nuanced political-economic system which interconnects Russia with Europe and the rest of the world, for whatever reason, Kraut rejects their analysis.
What do we mean by Russia? Oh, God.
In favor of Russia being isolated and developmentally abnormal.
What does that mean, developmentally abnormal? What is developmentally normal? Was the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth developmentally normal? I mean, it was partitioned in the end, so one could make a... whatever.
Kraut's model is also compounded by quite a few misconceptions. First, of the main sort of serfdom that did emerge in this era, not only was it a very small minority of the population, of which 80 to 90% were under a limited service contract, by and large, this was not for peasantry. They were artisans, officials, servants, or soldiers, perhaps showing Moscow's priorities were opposite what the video presents. Next, serfs, when they did develop, weren't actually tied to the land like prisoners, and I mean that in several different ways. For one, in terms of preventing migration, the efficacy of the rules varied by era, but were never definitive. There were also numerous exceptions to the rules, allowing or incentivizing migration to different areas or types of estates, and whole areas without serfdom at all. Together, this meant millions of serfs continued to migrate, despite enserfment. But two, serfdom did not preclude physically leaving the land in general. It didn't adequately prohibit peasants from establishing themselves in towns, and in some areas, a large portion of peasants did.
I would actually need to read about this more.
Serfs in practice conducted trade and commerce, owned property and businesses, employed labor, and were employed themselves. So in this sense, restrictions on mobility shouldn't necessarily be taken as synonymous with opposition to urbanization or industry. Even as late as the revolution, most urban workers were peasant migrants or of peasant origins. In short, the Western model, if such a thing existed, is not the only model of historical
There was no singular Western model, and I don't even know what is being included in the West. That is also a problem I have with the video. What is included in the West and in the Western model? Someone tell me, please. What is the West?
Transformation. While the video presents peasants as leaving the farms and transforming into pure merchants or urban workers, this was not the rule, not in the rest of Europe, and certainly not in Russia. Next. It's important to understand that the Muscovite era was characterized by the breakup of the large patrimonial estates in favor of the smaller and much more numerous pomistia managed by the emerging middle service class. This is important because emerging middle classes often wanted to turn around and become landlords themselves, intensifying serfdom, meaning at least in some Western states, it wasn't just the rise of strong lesser aristocrats defeating monarchs, but the rise of strong monarchs checking the ambitions of the aristocrats that put the final nail in the coffin for serfdom. Or put another way, enserfment is made more likely where the monarch needs the support of the nobility. The development of centralized taxation and standing armies in some Western countries meant their monarchs relied less on nobles, unlike in Russia.
Especially the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Well, this person also says the West. This person also uses the West like as a shorthand and keeps saying Russia and said Poland at one point and Germany far before Germany was ever united as Germany. So I'm sorry. If I were to nitpick, I'd say this person is no better when it comes to being accurate and careful. The carefulness was there at the beginning when he said that there was no unified Kiev Rush, and then it suddenly went to the wayside. It was just discarded completely, the accuracy of the language.
What Kraut misses, I think, is that Russian serfdom developed largely at the instigation of the middle and lesser aristocratic classes, and to settle conflicts among them, especially in times of low authority. Notable concessions were.
Yeah, but he still says Germany did that, Poland did that, Russia did that before Russia was even Russia, when it was the Duchy of Moscow, when Germany was not even close to being anything resembling Germany, when it was just a bunch of different kingdoms with different interests, with different rulers, often competing against each other, often waging war against each other. So he's making the exact same mistake that people that talk about unified entity Kiev Rush did when he's talking about unified entity called Germany and discusses what Germany did. Just keep that in mind when watching. Just keep that in mind that the same mistake is being just replicated. That's irrelevant. That's actually irrelevant if it's the main focus of the video or not. You cannot just replicate the same mistake you critique at the beginning of the video and says, "Oh, I replicate this mistake because it's not the main focus of my video." That explanation does not fly with me. I'm allowed to just, replicate one of the main things that I've been critiquing at the start of my video because it's not my main focus. Well, by the same token, Kraut can say, you know what, Kiev Rush is not exactly the main focus on my video. The main focus of my video is the influence of Mongolia on the Duchy of Moscow. And suddenly what? It's okay to call Kiev Rush a single entity because the Kiev Rush is not the main focus of Kraut's video?
Were made by Boris Godunov in his bid for the throne, and then throughout the time of troubles, which largely destroyed the existing system. Then, soon after, the lesser aristocrats cemented the conversion of their land into permanent hereditary property via the machinations of the Zemsky Sobor. And finally, after frequent petitioning and the major uprising of 1648, the government was forced to accept a new law code.
Still not Russia at that point, by the way.
Written in the Sobor, which solidified enserfment and enhanced privileges for the urban merchants. Essentially, the culmination of serfdom was not simply the autocracy getting more autocratic, it was the government conceding to political blocs which demanded it. Later in the video, Kraut says that actually there were absolutist states in the West too, but these he dismisses as a
Well, yeah, of course they were. It would be silly thing to say that we're not. Like Prussia was a pretty big example of that.
ephemeral. Russia, by contrast, was not only absolutist, but because of a few unique factors, either exacerbated or solidified its absolutism far above the temporarily absolutist West. And apparently,
That's not really true. At the time period that we're talking about, Prussia was pretty absolutist. Prussia was pretty militaristic and absolutist. In fact, Prussia was so, at least that's the stereotype, that Prussia was so militaristic and absolutist that it was outright blamed for World War I and actually also for World War II. Prussia was dissolved after World War II as an entity. Prussia was banned from existing after World War II.
it was
Because
these
it was considered so autocratic and so inherently, quote unquote, militaristic.
primordial factors, not any events or decisions made at the time, which completed Russian authoritarianism. Attributing autocracy to the church was historically the second most popular theory, although not exactly in the way Kraut is going about it. In my opinion, Kraut's version is very generous toward Western Christianity, while being dismissive of Orthodoxy. But put simply, both
Also, there was no united Orthodoxy. Orthodoxy existed in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, in the lands of Ruthenia or Ruś within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Because remember, to sort of ease the tensions, the religious tensions that could possibly sort of arise, and they sort of did arise, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth devised a little scheme called the Unity Church, Unicki Kościół, which later became the sort of the Greek church or whatever.
Catholicism and Orthodoxy can create state-like church structures. Both have the concept of morality and sought to create written codes and ideals. And in both, monarchs in the church sometimes fought. But Kraut doesn't really substantiate how this led to monarchs actually being held accountable, or indeed, how they were held accountable. Numerous popes and anti-popes were directly empowered or overthrown by various
I
monarchs.
mean, England is a pretty good example of a king not really liking the Pope and decided, hell, I'm just gonna start my own thing. Get a divorce. Or whatever.
Or nobles, and there's countless examples of ignoring or fighting with the church. Fukuyama elaborates that it was the walk to Canossa that marked a turning point in these conflicts. But this leaves out that Canossa was reversed, that the Pope failed to actually control the level of punishment here or after, and also that this high point in papal power was undone in the centuries after. Most especially when Boniface VIII attempted to solidify and actually use this authority. Philip IV of France sacked the papal palace and had him captured. So basically, there are moral standards in every religion, which generally restrained monarchs, but were also broken sometimes.
Yeah.
The Pope did not, or could not, actually police every Catholic monarch, and clearly they were not always restrained. Elsewhere, what Kraut is discounting is that Moscow also had moral standards and also had legal codes. It had a participatory legal system used extensively, even by peasants against lords. Kraut is basically only correct in that the law never explicitly subordinated the Russian sovereigns to it, but they aren't unique in that regard, and they were bound by customs, traditions, standards, and practicality. Also, orthodoxy isn't even caesio-papist as a rule. Arguably, in the technical sense, it never was, but I take Kraut's point that historically, state control over the church was quite pronounced. However, if the papacy being separate from monarch control in the pre-modern era determined the Western foundation for law, you may notice that the church was also separate from Russian monarchs in the pre-modern era. That is to say, the church in Russia was coordinated from Constantinople until the mid-15th century. And two, after an autocephalous church was established, state influence was a gradual, non-linear process. In particular, state control culminated in the abolition of the Patriarchate in the early 18th century. And in this, Peter was specifically trying to emulate the West.
Oh my gosh. Lucy's roticia chick. Oh my god. Why am I a food item again? Thank you for the $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much. Oh, berry indeed. Oh, berry, oh, berry. Berry, berry, berry.
As in addition to the interference already mentioned, various absolutist states were bypassing the papacy. In some countries, the monarch outright became the literal head of the church. So, while the argument could be made, in Kraut's argument here, he's reversing causality. Instead of explaining how the church was a precondition for Russian absolutism, what he's describing is more how absolutism affected the church. While we're here, recall that Kraut brushed aside those arguments about religious toleration earlier, but that's a glaring omission here. The Mongols were relatively tolerant of religion, a quality which the Golden Horde retained even when it converted to Islam. Not only that, the church and all such religious institutions, their peasants, and anyone else connected with their lands, was exempt from taxation, and Mongol officials were prohibited from touching any church property or personnel. This contributed heavily to strengthening the Russian church. It led to those state-like structures to compete with monarchs, and as a result, Russia heavily lagged behind Western Europe in secularization of church property. It controlled as much as a third of Moscow's seigneurial land. So he's arguing that Western monarchs were checked by an especially powerful Catholic Church, while leaving out that the Russian Church was especially empowered, that the monarchs couldn't touch it, and that it had the Mongols to thank for that. Even if one considers this not enough to matter overall, by the video's logic, this would seem—
Hey, so the Mongols did. So the Mongols did influence the Duchy of Moscow after all. So here you go. The thesis is correct. Kraut wins in the end, in a way.
a way in which the Mongols and the church deterred Russian authoritarianism. Now as for the army,
The army had been directly recruited by the Muscovite state.
Moscow did rely on the aristocrats, whose retinues made up the vast majority of the army. It was largely decentralized, with nobles not formally obligated to give forces to the prince. This began to change only in the late Muscovite period, and by the later development of a standing army and abolition of private armies in the Tsardom, which parallels similar developments in Western Europe. So it's actually the other way around.
If only the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth also did... Well, whatever. I don't want to cry about the poor Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth too much.
The army was not directly recruited under the Muscovite state until after much of the rest of Europe began to do so. And to be clear, they were paid money. Kraut is thinking of the Pomestia system, which emerged pretty late, and wasn't a payment in land per se. Initially, these were grants of land with fixed income, so that servicemen could outfit themselves, but where they didn't have rights over tenants, if they had any, until well into the late 16th century. Eventually, these lands evolved into the non-conditional hereditary property we mentioned earlier. And Kraut seems to be mistaking the Pomeshchiki as a government standing army when they were not. They were a class of landowners in their own right, which had to be appeased, and contributed a sort of militia to the army, alongside any forces from the boyars or elsewhere. Not until Tsars Alexis and Peter did Russia transition really to an absolutist military structure. And of course, the actual ability to use military force at a given time or target is going to be conditional, and that goes for any country. I think this section underrates that wars require people willing to wage them. The monarch had to cultivate and negotiate loyalties of servitors who voted with their hands in the sabor and their feet on the battlefield, as well as of the boyars who created, funded, and led them. The monarch had to act in coordination with the boyars against another boyar. Not doing so, almost by definition, was civil war. I'll also say that especially around this part of the video, Kraut tends to mix up various different systems, which were sometimes contradictory or existed in different time periods, thus obscuring the many institutional changes that Russia made over time and creating a false sense of linear autocracy. As some other examples,
Rule of local provinces was handed out by the Tsar in so-called Kormlinie.
they were not, as this was abolished at about the time the Tsardom was established. Feedings likely originated in the early Kievan Rus, so this was not a modern creation as Russia centralized, it was something which Russia removed. A feeding, by the way, was an arrangement usually lasting a couple years, where a nobleman would govern a district and manage the prince's properties within it, in exchange for payment in kind from the district. Though peasants weren't tied to the recipient nor the district. And if you think about it, of course they weren't, as feedings weren't permanent themselves. Next.
The new Muscovite state also introduced the mestinestvo.
Well, Misnichstva was indeed quite conservative. It was a system created to prevent infighting, which already existed, by establishing a set procedure for determining status, integrating new elites, and solving disputes as an alternative to violent feuds. It relied on law and written records, and it enabled nobles to certain privileges and rights. Hence, it could arguably be a hindrance on royal power. And as Russia centralized further, the system was actually abolished, which is not only inconvenient to Kraut's point, but suggests that fundamental changes in political culture and values were also quite possible. That a deeply ingrained institution could be reversed seems to cause this argument to unravel. To quote Kraut,
a mistake often made, though, is to assume that these developments were unavoidable and somehow part of some inner logic of Russian culture itself.
But not just in the sense of there being two deterministic streams instead of one. Russian culture at any point is not set in stone. It's a cumulative synthesis, as well as a continuous process of synthesizing. Yet, one of the problems with the Tatar-Yok thesis is it tends to remove all agency. Are Russians fully thinking humans capable of making their own choices? Or are they destined to be autocratic by something 1,000 years ago? As Noonan points out, having somehow watched Kraut's video back in 1975, the Mongol and Orthodox theses don't synergize well for this reason. Did the Russians want to be connected with the West or not? On the one hand, they apparently actively rejected Catholicism for Orthodoxy and other such developments, yet were also held against their will from adopting Western developments? And taking the angle that the Mongols had no laws or institutions to give is odd, because if anything, that's the most demonstrable way that the Mongols could have influenced the early Muscovite state. Right. Once we take that away, we're left with only a nebulous idea that the Mongols changed their mentality or morality in some way. At its most extreme, this takes a biological claim that Russians are who they are because they have Tatar blood. At its less extreme, but still racist, it takes on a Lamarckian view that Russians were conditioned over time, that the Mongols made the leaders ruthless, and the people subservient or savage. Yet Rus princes were plenty capable of ruthlessness before, and the opposite after. And the behavior of the Mongols was not some special heinousness far above the standards of the age, as brutality from Western Europeans can attest. While the countless uprisings and revolutions in Russian history seem to imply that Mongol rule didn't cause the Russians
that is a very famous movie scene. That is wow. That is a very famous movie. I know this. I know this scene. I understand this reference. That is a very nice shot, which you sort of study in movie making.
Forget the pursuit of freedom, after all. The historical Tatar-Yok was an unweighable mix of both positive and negative effects, distributed non-uniformly across time and the Russian space. When all is said and done, it is unknowable if the subsequent Russian state developed because of, or in spite of, the Tatar-Yok, or indeed if and how it would have developed in the Yok's absence. But more than that,
I mean, we can speculate, but we can also look at the examples of how the other princedoms that were under different influence. Yes, that's right. An entropy fan. Like we had the princedoms that ended up being part of the Lithuania, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and we can see how those developed, and we can make comparisons, right? How the different systems developed, etc., etc. After all, the entirety of Rus was not just swallowed by the Mongolian Empire. Different princedoms ended up in different sort of places. Kiev itself ending up as part of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania.
The Tatar-Yok is an idea, the concept of an extraordinary yoke of slavery which Russia had to triumphantly liberate itself from was largely crafted after the actual yoke had ended. as part of a new ideological framework, being used to justify the existence of a strong state and to lay claim to non-Muscovite lands.
Right. Like Kiev.
Thus, rather than the Tatar yoke creating the Muscovite state, we can speak of the Muscovite state creating the Tatar yoke, a virtual past helping to justify and
The present. Well, it was the present then.
bolster the state once arisen, rather than the other way around. The Russian state is not a linear progression from Mongol-laden institutions, most obviously when its centralization was taken in part as an act of rejection of the Mongols in favor of what the church perceived as more Byzantine and Christian,
Right.
and later what monarchs perceived as more European and advanced, with numerous breaks, reversals, and reinterpretations along the way. And indeed, you would think these later events might have had an effect on present institutions, more so than Mongol rule. Yet over time, the Tatar yoke increasingly became the focus and associated with backwardness. At the start of Russian national historiography, it was assumed the Mongols couldn't have done anything but destruction, or at most, only catalyzed the emergence of the strong autocrat, the Tatar yoke having held Russia back. And outside Russia, in spite of the Western influences and visitors in the Muscovite court, a certain stereotype developed, often stoked for geopolitical reasons, that Russians were isolated from Europe, that they were savages, pagans, and barbaric Asians. Oriental despotism
I
itself.
mean, barbaric, I mean, the Asiatic folk, that's a thing that Western Europe, quote unquote, so the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth has, so.
Emerged largely as a metaphor to critique the French autocracy, to say we're not supposed to be like them. In the growing differentiation between a West and an East, this idea of the Tatar yoke struck at the heart of Russian historiography. Questions like, what is Russia? Is it European? Can it be? Has the stain of Asianness made that impossible, for better or for worse? All questions of growing importance in light of colonial conquests and 19th century theories of racial superiority. With Russia being or appearing so different, and with the Tatar yoke being made a uniquely Russian condition, it became the frequently cited explanation and molded as needed.
Just gonna notice that the entire big part of the Rush princedoms were ignored. A huge part of history, which would have been useful for comparative analysis, but just, you know.
To say this must be why they're so backwards, inferior, exceptional, abnormal, or what have you. No doubt, Russia is and was a very unique state in the pantheon of world states, with its own peculiarities, history, and culture. It has taken turns enigmatic to its peers, as states are often known to do. And more than most states, by the Cold War, it experienced with the full breadth of 20th century interconnected technology what it meant to live disconnected from its peers.
Also,
Whatever interconnected states, by the enigmatic to its peers, as states are often known to do. And more than most states, by the Cold War, it experienced with the full breadth of
this is not Russia, this is the USSR. Because it has Soviet Ukraine in it, so I already have problems with this and saying it's Russia.
20th century, and more than it has taken turn pantheon of world states, with its own peculiarities, history, and culture. It has taken turns enigmatic to its peers, as states are often known to do. And more than most states, by the Cold
I have a big problem with this map that calls this entire area Russia.
War, it experienced with the full breadth of
After all, Ukraine.
20th century interconnected technology, what it meant to live disconnected from its peers. Whatever differences there might have been, they could now be amplified and misunderstood like never before. And curiously, medieval history once more had a part to play in this modern spat backed by nuclear weapons. The Tatar yoke idea received a huge new lease of life in the early to mid 20th century, being wielded for various contradictory purposes, but ultimately to say that Russia was, is, and is destined to be completely unlike the rest of the world, completely unlike us. It's a story of intrinsic and irreconcilable differences, papering over the many similarities of history in favor of Tatar predestination, rationalizing despotic, evil, godless communism, as a result of despotic, strange, non-European history. And given recent events, outdated historiography on Russian despotic otherworldliness has seen a resurgence. A sort of Oriental despotism continues to persist, being used to otherize Russians, but also to condone Russian authoritarianism, or to discriminate against ethnic minorities within Russia. Weaponization against Tatars, weaponization against the Soviets, and weaponization that continues
What are the Soviets?
to cast a shadow on Russians despite the efforts of historians to disarm the Tatar yoke and retire the weapons to the dustbin of history. What these arguments obscure is that the Tatar yoke idea had to be written in the first place and constantly rewritten throughout its history. The view of an inevitable political climate obscures the very real amount of work needed to create and maintain political institutions, whether democratic or otherwise. They aren't just something you either inherited or you didn't. They have to be built,
That is true.
maintained, and defended. In acquiescing to a despotism being inevitable, we only contribute to that despotism becoming insurmountable. But as the continued evolution of the Tatar yoke has shown, historical legacy does not have to determine destiny.
Damn. Wait, what the hell? What the hell was that?
Acquiescing to a despotism being inevitable, as the continued evolution of the Tatar yoke has shown, historical legacy does not have to determine destiny.
Okay, we're gonna go frame by frame. Smartass. What do you think explains authoritarianism in Russia? Was there anything I missed? Has the video changed your mind on anything? Also, what do you think of the footnote system I used here? Is this preferable to putting the full text on the screen? If anyone has any other questions about the Tatar yoke, the rise of the Moscow or Russian history, let me know. I do have a few questions. Why no comparative analysis between the different prints themselves? Key Furush. Crowd spreading misinformation on the internet. Alright, let's see what other videos this person has done. Is it only about Russian history or is there anything? Oh. Interesting. Oh, that was interesting. Well, I do not come from the place that has been traditionally called the West. That's for sure. Jesus. We've been just jumping around, haven't we? From talking about Dugin to talking about damn. How long have we been at this? 4 hours 38 minutes. Jesus Christ. We've been at this for a whole lot, haven't we? me check something. No, it's 4:44 actually. It's actually not 3:45. It's 4:44. But yes, I am in fact very unhappy with the selective um, way in which the video is accurate. Selective accuracy, as I call it. Mm. Oh wait, new comment. Oh, well, thank you very much. Nice. I've been praised on my art for once in my life. You're an hour. I don't mind the video. I thought the ending to this made some solid points, even though it's not fully accurate throughout. I mean, I like accuracy. Because if you're gonna start the video by saying that it's not accurate to be talking about a singular Rush, that it was different princedoms with different interests, inner fighting, etc., and then part of it was taken over by the Mongolian Empire, but then you will refer to that part, to those princedoms taken over by the Mongolian Empire, as the Rush, which is already makes me raise an eyebrow, because it totally ignores the different parts that did not find themselves under the influence of the Mongolian Empire. And then you refer to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as Poland, and then you refer to the separate, completely different kingdoms that had their own interests, their own monarchs, etc., as Germany, especially if you take into considerations that for quite a while, for a little bit at least, the dynasty of Saxony, the what word is, keep forgetting, the what's the English name, the Wettin, the Wettin, like the Wettin dynasty became the dynasty ruling within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had a personal union with Saxony. So what does that mean? That the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had a personal union with Germany? No, it does not. It just means that it had a personal union with Saxony, because at that time there was no unified Germany. There was Saxony, Prussia, and etc., and all, what have you, other kingdoms. Okay. I'm glad we could sort this problem out together as a family, and that the individual monarchs of those kingdoms definitely competed against each other. Prussia definitely did not align with Saxony, especially when it came to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So there you go. That's my critique. Okay. It does? Does it? Wait, really? Oh, I haven't haven't. Have I? Did I? That's it. Does it make you look good? That is the most important question. Does it make me look good? Does it make me look bad? But as long as it makes me look good. Okay, what now? Jesus. Finish Dugin. React to something yet different. There we go. You could get pink hair and pink pronouns. Blue hair and pink pronouns. That would be quite a contrast. Blue hair and pink pronouns. Irish history. Need to read more books. Read books. Like the one I have here, the background. The books for nerds. Isn't that right? Oh, come on. I'm gonna go to the toilet. You sort it out. Sort out the vote. Sort out the vote. There's 11 of you here. Sort it out among yourselves. Or forever be silent. Don't be silent. Vote. There you go. You want me to react to something very different. All right. Well, I've got something for you then. Let's go. It's going to be the last thing for tonight, okay? It's going to be our magnum opus for tonight's stream. We're gonna do it. We're going to do this. That's right. Very nice. Yes, we're going to be discussing video games, the most important topic of all topics in the universe. And since we're going to be discussing video games, I'm going to play a video game. Isn't that cool? Oh, Jesus. Oh, wow. Well, that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Oh, wow. Unacceptable. Demon Mama's response video is unacceptable. Kraut is using liberal political theory instead of history. I could have sworn I've seen the book Why Nations Fail somewhere. I just cannot put my finger on it. Why Nations Fail. Could have sworn. Yes! We're about to watch Vaush's Mediatics. That's right. Vaush video games are over. Or something. That's the title of the video. Video games are over. Exactly 3 days ago. There we go. We're watching Vaush. But since we're gonna be watching Vaush or something or the other, we also have to... Of course! That's why we're gonna watch it and judge. Hold on. Whew. Pre-purchase now. Library. Ready? Wait, you're not ready. I'm not ready, actually. Hold on. Doom. We're gonna be doomering. Oh, God. No? You're not ready? You're ready. What the hell? Okay, update. Oh God, update, please. We are brought into this world to suffer. I see now that Lucy is a cruel goddess of the stream. True. Don't want to watch Vosh. Too late. Gonna watch the video about video games. I like video games, so you have to suffer through this with me. Gaming time. Or something. Or the other. The paradigm shifts with the geontological, historical streams that intersect and create a big lecture on the history, on the nature of the universe. Nature of the... Do you want more Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth-related content? I should make more Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth content. Shouldn't I? Should I or should I not? Lucy, please no. Please no Polish-Lithuanian No Polish-Lithuanian Okay, then. Never mind. That's only my speciality. It's never mind. Nobody wants it. Alright, message received loud and clear. It's too obscure. One of the biggest countries in Europe, which basically Russia claims created Ukraine. Too obscure. Jesus. It's too niche. Jesus Christ. It was only the only main obstacle of Russia becoming what it is today. But okay, sure. Russia claims that Poland basically uh, corrupted Russians into becoming Ukrainians, unironically. Re-listen the interview of Tucker Carlson with Putin, and you'll see. Re-listen that interview. You'll see what I'm talking about. Right, while watching the thing.
Concord is shut down. That's crazy. Gaming industry is doing well, huh? Very,
Yes.
very well. It's
very well.
they how much did this
Shut
cost?
up.
50 trillion. They made another live service action game and they decided to shut it down like immediately.
Oh.
8 years of development, 2 weeks of game time. That's crazy. Concord fans, we've been listening closely to your feedback. We're ceasing sales immediately and closing the game.
Well, I've got a solution. Do the thing that everybody did. Don't play the trillion billion game that nobody likes. Play games that you like. Actually, how does that even reflect on the gaming industry as a whole? Doesn't that mean that the gaming industry is in a better place than you'd think? If a crappy live service game is spat out and nobody plays it, doesn't it indicate a certain amount of health within the gaming industry, that this sort of practice will not be just blindly allowed by the consumers? Ah yes, Ukrainians are just sassy Poles. It seemed to be blocked on your chat side, but I just wanted to say, of course, you should do more stuff about Poland. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Nice. Tax write-off scheme? No. It just massively underperformed. It had 660 peak players. It might actually be one of the greatest gaming flops of all time in terms of investment. And man, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. They speedrun.
Okay, how does a single game flop reflect the state of the entire gaming industry? The gaming industry is a huge industry, and the title is that the gaming video games are over or something. Clickbait. Much Vaush. Then again, Vaush says that Skyrim is a bad game, and apparently it's a masterpiece, even though I've never played it to completion or much at all. But I trust my sources that claim that it's a masterpiece with great lore and what have you.
Run closing it down. It's crazy. The gaming industry is cooked. Finance guys make all the decisions, so they're like, the big money right now is in live service game models, so we're just gonna gun for that and hope it works out. Anyone been playing Diablo 4 lately? If the answer is yes, then your mind is cooked. You're trash. Nah, I played D4.
Oh wait, there's so many successful good games that are not live. There's a whole movement against the live service model. How can everything be cooked if everything seems to be going in a good direction, since people playing games do not just blindly eat up new live service games. What
know it's shit. As long as you know
What
it.
is the thesis of this video? I'm gonna critique. I'm gonna make my critiques known. Floppy disks. Well, which ones? I mean the small, stiff ones or the big, wobbly ones? Oh yeah, you're right. See, only fake Alec Kyle Parker cares about. Only fake Alec Kyle Parker cares about my stream and watches it actively, and cares about what's happening on the screen proper, Or maybe everybody just listens to my scream and loves my voice and loves to look at my big face instead of Vosh. Well, you've chosen Vosh over me, so there you go. Wow, do I not exist, Lucy? You exist. Wait. Where did that question come from? Skyrim isn't perfect. The gameplay can at times feel redundant, especially the higher your skills get, but the game is overall just beautiful, vast, and enjoyable. True. Don't forget what rocket launcher? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
It's shit. As long as you know it's shit. Diablo 2 is better than 4. Diablo 3 is better than 4.
That is depressing.
By a pretty significant margin.
Diablo
Everybody
3.
just wants to make a damn live service game, you know? This is
True,
wild. I
including
feel
me.
bad. Can you imagine being like one of the devs on this game who were just thanklessly toiling away at some element of it that was competently managed, but it doesn't even matter because at the end of the day it was flawed from the beginning? Like if you were just doing art assets or basic coding work or whatever. It was in development for 8 years. It was the studio's first game. I love to open with a live service game,
True,
you know?
same.
4% of users like this video game. That's crazy.
True, it is crazy.
Players speedrunning the game to get the most achievements before the shutdown. When you have games that are almost like Finance Bros are at the top, you basically guarantee occasional outcomes like this. It's like that old adage about Hollywood, you know?
I don't actually.
A Western movie does well, so Hollywood executives don't think, oh, good movies do well. Instead, they think Westerns do well. Pirates of the Caribbean did well, so they don't think, oh, good movies do well. They think, oh, pirate movies are in, you know? They're always chasing trends. A lot of them don't
I
really...
mean, I'm sorry, but saying good movies do well is as meaningless a statement as Westerns do well. It's even more meaningless because Westerns actually have a specific vibe. Westerns have a specific structure. So you're actually saying more when you say Westerns do well when you say good movies do well, because good movies can be anything. What does that even mean? It's such a meaningless statement. Good movies do well. What can Westerns not be good movies? Are Westerns and good movies two separate categories that can never meet? Two completely different things. What does that statement even mean? Good movies do well, of course. But then you can say Westerns that are good movies do well, and suddenly your statement becomes completely meaningless. Sorry to say. I have no clue what this, I don't know, opposition of Westerns and good movies is. He's supposing that people picking movies have a good. He's supposing that people picking movies have good taste and are deliberately picking bad movies. Are you saying Vosh is saying Westerns are bad movies? Is Vosh hating on Westerns? Listen, I'm not a right-winger, so I can debate Vosh because Vosh said debating right-wingers is useless. I'm gonna debate Vosh on Westerns, I guess. So, oof, that's a no-no for me. If Vosh is saying that Westerns are not good movies. Ugh, gonna have a debate on our hands. If that's the case. He'd call you a fascist. It's okay. I'm willing to take that risk of being called a fascist in the name of defending Westerns from Vaush. Now, he's not saying Westerns are bad. He's implying that good and better objective qualities, but then he gave an example of good movies versus Westerns. So,
believe in quality, and they don't really believe in the art of movie making or game making or whatever else. They just think of it as like a series of tropes or attributes that shift with time, and as long as you follow the market, you make the money. The thing is, the game doesn't look half bad. It really never mattered how good the game was, because people don't play live service games because they're good or bad. They play them because other people are playing them. They play them because their friends are playing them. The actual quality of the game is secondary, tertiary, maybe.
that's not true at all. That's not true. I will push back against that. The best example of that is Final Fantasy 1.0. Final Fantasy 14 1.0, which almost ruined the entirety of the Final Fantasy 14 for Final Fantasy franchise period. It almost ruined Final Fantasy as a franchise. And yet, even though at the end of 1.0 nobody played it, nobody wanted to play it, the game still made a return with Final Fantasy 14 A Realm Reborn, and people started playing it again. And since at the start nobody played it, it could not be played just because other people played it, because it had to rebuild a reputation from scratch, from zero, from having a negative reputation among everybody. So that's not even true, that people only play live service games solely because other people play it. Quality actually does, believe it or not, play a role in it. And it does matter if a game is good or not, as evident by the example that I've just given with Final Fantasy XIV, which at the beginning almost killed the entire series and then was remade and reborn.
It barely even matters. People aren't playing Fortnite as much as they're playing Fortnite because of Fortnite's quality. They're playing Fortnite as much as they're playing Fortnite because everybody else is playing Fortnite. It's a shared social space that everyone else can jump into. When you make live service games, you're basically like hinging the success of your product on the ability for you to not only make a good game that is popular, but that will become a dominant space that people continue to play and engage.
I mean, FF14 has an exception. Well, an exception checks the rule, doesn't it? Yes, that's the actual saying. It doesn't say confirms the rule, it say checks the rule. To actually... Okay, let's go that route. To assume that, to assert that people play games no matter what the quality and just because it's a shared experience, you would have to establish that Fortnite has low quality and that people play it in spite of the low quality for the shared experience. And it still doesn't explain why people would choose Fortnite when there's tons of live service games to choose from. There are tons of such shared experiences. There's not 2 or 3 live service games on the market. That's not the point. And where there wasn't an exception, there wouldn't be a rule. Because the exceptions can very easily check if the rule holds up or not. No. So it actually still does not explain why people play Fortnite in specifically over any other live service game. And it still does not tell me anything about the quality of Fortnite, if it's good, bad, if people play it in spite of its quality. Because it just says a lot of people play Fortnite. Why? Because people play Fortnite. But that's... I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying is that the exceptions can check if the rule holds up. If you have enough exceptions, then maybe a different rule is true. Maybe the rule that you've established is not true and a different one is true. Have you considered that? Maybe a completely different rule holds up. Just because there is a rule, it doesn't follow that it's this specific rule that you say is the case. Well, how did it happen then that a lot of people started playing Fortnite? Is my question. Because Fortnite was not the first live service game. It was not some how you call it, pioneer in the genre. Hello, imagination scene. So that explanation makes no sense, because Fortnite also had to start somewhere. And there were already a lot of other live service games on the market before Fortnite was as popular as it is. So the explanation is a lot of people play Fortnite because a lot of people play Fortnite regardless of any of its traits or qualities makes no sense. We are gaming indeed. Well, if it's a combination, then it's already not just a lot of people play Fortnite because a lot of people play Fortnite. Actually, Fortnite was not even all that popular from the beginning. Fortnite started as a game with a cooperative mode. And that cooperative mode was not popular. A lot of people did not play Fortnite at that time, actually. So already the explanation that a lot of people play Fortnite because a lot of play Fortnite does not hold up to scrutiny. Because Fortnite did not start up as a very popular game. It only started getting as popular after adding the Battle Royale mode. Only then did it actually get off the ground as much as it did. I was being facetious. Well. Have you played Thank Goodness You're Here? It's pretty funny. I haven't, actually. Where's the rocket launcher? Where is the rocket launcher? So yes, there was a time when Fortnite was not played by many people, and then it added a special mode. It was supposed to be a side mode, by the way, and then the side mode took off so well that it suddenly became the main mode, and a lot of people started playing the game. So let's not say that it doesn't even matter if what the qualities of the game are.
With. And you cannot guarantee that. It's like making a new social media platform, you know? People aren't using Twitter over Threads or Blue Sky because they're super committed to the UI or interface of Twitter or whatever. They're doing it
that's not true. That's absolutely not true. Like, you're defeating your own argument because social media are not the same as video games. If that were true, no matter how bad World of Warcraft would get, it would not lose subscribers. No matter how bad World of Warcraft would get, people would still stick to it. And yet, Final Fantasy XIV managed to catch up with World of Warcraft. So, there you go. the fact that Final Fantasy XIV managed to catch up to World of Warcraft sort of defeats this whole argument. That when Final Fantasy sort of rose in quality and World of Warcraft had a crisis in quality, a lot of people just migrated to the other game. Too late. Too late, I went to the next level. No rocket launcher for me. Well, that is his prerogative to skip the main quality of the game. That is his choice to make. That is his cross to bear.
Because the people are on Twitter. That's it.
Like, keep in mind, social media are basically just empty vessels for people to occupy and interact. The interaction is the main thing. But in video games, you have actual video games. You have the gameplay. You have the everything. You cannot say that about social media to the same degree as video games. So it's not a one-to-one comparison. Comparing it one-to-one like this makes absolutely no sense. Like, people will not play MMOs or first-person shooters or RTS games regardless just for the company. People will, for example, fluctuate towards the genre that they're familiar with, the gameplay that they're familiar with, the games that they're good at playing, apart from the social element alone. Well, yeah, of course he didn't think much of it. He never experienced it.
Live service games are basically FOMO monetized. I think they should be illegal. I think that games where it's like, oh, every week tune in to get your like weekly roll on the thingy, I think that these should be made illegal. I mean it, like it should be criminal to make them. Any system where you are basically like put on a schedule for playing it, you might have to work around this a little bit, because obviously I don't think Stardew Valley should be illegal. You know, I don't think it should be like, oh, you missed your crop, like,
Oh my gosh. Rush is so sort of, Jesus Christ, that's not remotely the same concept. That's oh god. Is he really okay, comparing Stardew Valley to there's okay, do I have to explain why the FOMO mechanics in those gacha games and other live services are totally different than Stardew Valley? Why in Stardew Valley missing a crop is just part of the mechanic of the game of taking care of your farm. You can restart the game and you cannot miss the crop. And those gacha game live servicey things are based on, well, the fear of missing out. They say, oh, if you don't get this at this time, you're missing it forever. Like, what? What is this? This comparison makes absolutely no sense. It's like saying, hey, I don't want to illegalize fighting games in which if you don't press punch fast enough, you'll get hit and die. You know? Oh, Jesus. Fact that I need to explain why these things are different makes me really, really sad. Makes me sad and
like harvesting date, you're cooked. You know, I don't think that should like get people arrested. Maybe, but there's definitely.
I hope it was some. I hope this was an attempt at humor. I sincerely hope this was an attempt at humor.
Definitely a version of this that's serviceable. Making updates illegal, God willing, one.
Take taking care of crops mechanic in Stardew Valley is not FOMO. What, fear of missing out on your crops in the game that centers around farming? It's just...
Day. They should be illegal, but not mine. I don't like Stardew Valley. I just mean I think there's a very predatory version of this in live service games. Stardew Valley
No,
isn't...
there's not! What the fuck? How can you compare these things? They're totally different. They're not even remotely connect those for me. Like, hold on. Maybe you connect it for me. Oh God, please connect it for me.
Live service. It's just a game that has timers. A live service game is like it's very, very different. The constant like drip feed of new content that's constructed so that you can only access tiny bits of it at a time because they can only make so much, but you've got to keep hooked every week, you know?
That is nothing like Stardew Valley. That has nothing to do with Stardew Valley. That's just... Also, you don't miss your crops. You cannot miss your crops. You can neglect them and then they will die or whatever. But you cannot miss your... whatever.
Stardew doesn't run while it's closed? Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, then.
Oh, fuck me, Vash. Come on. What? Really? Oh, so that's where he was going with this. He thought that Stardew Valley kept running in real time when you were not playing it, and that you could miss your crops and they would die if you don't play it regularly. Jesus fucking Christ. He really did think that Stardew Valley functioned like this. Vosh hates Helldivers. Why? Oh, he hates, well, not super democracy. It's limited democracy or whatever. What the hell? Maybe I should debate him on Stardew Valley. Damn. What the hell's happening?
In Animal Crossing.
Those are totally different games. Those are totally different games. Animal Crossing is a totally different game than Stardew Valley. Oh.
Whatever. You get the point.
What do you mean whatever? Not whatever. I don't get the point. You've muddied the point so far that I don't get your point anymore.
Regulations about it or something.
You want to do regulations on this thing that you have no clue about? Oh God. What a dystopian future is in store for us.
Limited time events like not I don't know. We're not discussing the specifics of the model. I just think that it's shit and it's bad, you know? That's it.
I have no idea how the model works, but I just call it shit. That's just I'm not sure that's the route you go with when you analyze anything. Oh, authoritarianism. I don't want to go into the nitty-gritty, but I just know it's bad. Okay. Like, come on.
I think it's doo-doo from a butt. All right. I think it's bad for the human psyche. I think it's bad for games in general. I don't think it facilitates.
I mean, I
don't think
agree.
it begets good.
I do agree, but also not all live service games are the same. Not all live service are games that require you to tune in regularly, that to get whatever. Again, Final Fantasy XIV is a live service game, and the creators regularly encourage people to be like, hey, once you're done with the content that you like, you can just not subscribe anymore and take a break from our game and return when something else that you like comes around. That's a live service game. So there's not even a one coherent model for the so-called live service games. I'm just here to inform you. Not all live service games are gacha games that require you to regularly check in for bonuses or gameplay or whatever. Not every live service games even drip feeds you content.
Game. It's doo-doo garbage. I don't like it when games use FOMO. Yeah.
Not all live service games use
But Vosh-
FOMO, for that matter.
Isn't this kind of similar to your talk about South Korean social media being toxic? You said banning those wouldn't help. Nope, those are two completely different things, because the underlying problem there was the socialization of men, and in this case, it is literally the game design that I'm talking about. It's not a cultural issue.
There's no uniform game
Destiny
design
2
for
to be
all.
designed the way that it is. It's just the way it's designed.
There's no uniform game design for all live service games. There's just not. They're different models. Some of them are better, some of them are worse, but they're not equally bad across the board. It's incorrect. It is not true. I refute that claim.
You should make a video. Oh, wait, sorry. You should go over a video saying Concord failed because it's woke. That would be fun. Oh, I'm sure. Like, you can... Didn't Concord have, like, a non-binary character or something like that?
Oh, God.
So the robot in the new Concord game has gender identity. Okay.
No.
And that's on the Asmongold subreddit.
No.
He, him. The robot was he, him.
Damn.
Destiny 2 removed so much FOMO from the game, players are mad they don't have things to chase. Yeah, and I think those people have a spiritual sickness. I genuinely do, you know? I think that, like, the fact that people rely on game design like that, they're relying on, like, structure in their lives that they need to impose themselves, you know? They want to have little chores and tasks. You have them! There are dishes piled up in your sink. When was the last time you washed your bed sheets? You know? I don't like this way of,
What
like...
does have to do with anything? That makes no... I'm sorry, that argumentation makes absolutely no sense. If you play a game, then you want to have something to do in the game, no? You play a game to do something in the game, otherwise you just won't play the game. What does that have to do with real life chores? If you have real life chores to do, then just don't play video games. But what? If you have work to do or chores or whatever, then you just don't play video games, no matter if they have FOMO or not. What's happening here? What is this? Clean your room, bucko. You have duties, just don't play video games. FOMO or not.
Engaging with the... We would never expect or accept any of this in another form of media, right? Like, You know, like a movie where you're required to pause and then continue watching the movie later. I guess TV shows have staggered release, but I think there's a meaningful difference between like sitting down for an episode of TV and then the next week there's another episode, and like a million. I guess the main issue to me is that so many of the live service games are designed to be manipulative with your time in a million shitty little ways. That to me, it's not like the big thing. It's not, oh, this week a new thing happens. It's that you log on and then here's your daily log on bonus. You now have like, here are your weeklies. Here are the little crafting materials that you only get a daily allotment of that you can now do. These mobs only respawn at this time and you can only do this within this time. And if you miss the time slot, you have to wait until tomorrow. And that means you're behind the gear. Like this and this and that. It's like 50 million little things that are all designed to interlock and make you feel stressed about missing out on stuff. Whereas if you miss out on an episode of TV, motherfucker, it's all streamed now. You can just watch it like tomorrow. It's not the same. It doesn't demand your time in the same way.
Again, it depends on the game. It depends on the games. Not all live service games are the same. Not all live service games utilize the same mechanics. No, not all live service games utilize the same predatory mechanics to the same degree. So we cannot make a universal claim across the board. Even with this. Like,
yeah, I agree. It exploits addiction, and it imposes a kind of false structure that feels satisfying to adhere to, but in reality, it's very manipulative. Also, live service games eventually die, which hurts the preservation of art like movies and games. Yeah, does that ever, like, make you feel a little bit sad? I know we have WoW Classic now, but for live service games that go on for a while, a version of the game that used to exist literally no longer does and never can. You know? It will never exist again. If you have a regular game where it just releases and then that's the game, it's like, okay, that's the game. I can always go back and play that. But imagine all the classic games that you get to play today, like, I don't know, Fallout New Vegas. I guess that's not really classic, right? That doesn't go back that far. But like Super Mario 64 or, Super Mario World or like however far back you want to go. Fallout 1, Neverwinter, whatever you want to do, right? Imagine if that version of the game just didn't exist anymore. Like your childhood, the experience that you had when you were young, literally can't be...
Okay, let's be honest. At this point, you can easily Okay, I'm restarting everything. At this point, you can easily classify New Vegas as a classic, okay? Time moves forward. Vouch. Time moves forward, ever forward. New games become classics all the time. How old is New Vegas at this point? Fallout New Vegas. Wiki. How old is it? If it's over 20 years old or something, then it's classic. 14 years old? Yeah, it's a classic. Cope about it. It's a classic. It's like 14 years old and it's a classic. Come on.
Accessed unless you have some, and not only can it not be accessed without modding, the modding might not work either, because if these games are live service, you can't just like create a version of it. You can't have like mod makers who just extract a version of it that was like what you played when you...
If only there was this thing called private servers that people could make and, create the earlier version of the live service games. The thing that actually happens all the time and people take advantage of it. Just saying. I mean, classic does not mean unattractive. And then not classic does not mean attractive. That is also true. But a lot of live service games do present those things in a pretty manipulative way. especially if people are completionists, then that will really mess with your mind if you miss certain time-limited events. If you're a completionist that wants to collect every single thing in games, then that will mess you up.
You were young, you played an experience that was temporal. It only existed at that moment. This is why piracy is made. But piracy can't fix this. There is nothing that you can do to bring back, like, the way Final Fantasy XIV played back in 2017 or whatever. You cannot do it. You can play the content that was made at that time. You can like build out a version of the game that only has the content that was made up to that point in time, but you can't reconstruct the live service model, right? Couldn't you run a private server? Not necessarily. There are serious limits to that.
But you can.
Do you mean the balancing? Like, you absolutely can with private servers. I know more than you, and I don't care to argue it with you, okay? I was playing World of Warcraft back when we were running Molten Core, okay? I don't need to hear it from you. I know exactly...
And I played Lineage too. What's your point? And Final Fantasy XI is older than... What does playing World of Warcraft with Molten Core have to do with private servers and what they can do nowadays? That makes absolute... What? What does that statement have to do with anything? What are you talking about? Huh? Hey, I played World of Warcraft a long time ago. I know anything about how private servers work. Or did you play it on a private server or something?
how the shit works. I know more than you. Me walking by you in, like, the Home Depot.
Clearly not, if you use this as an example. Well, that's true, but a lot of people play on those private servers, trust me.
When you're asking me if
also, a lot of, like, Final Fantasy XIV has made big strides to become accessible for single-player playthroughs. Like, Final Fantasy XIV really moved in the direction of being able to be completed in single-player mode, basically. You can just go into dungeons with NPCs now. You can just finish the story completely on your own without doing it with anybody else. For more and more of the story content.
If I need, like, new drill bits or whatever, I've got plans. Anyway, it does. That's the balancing changes actually do meaningfully impact the game. I really loved how Resto Shaman played in Legion back in World of Warcraft. That version of playing the shaman doesn't exist anymore.
What does that have to do with private servers? It has nothing to do with the argument about private servers. It's nothing at all. What's happening? What is this lack of argumentation that I'm hearing? What is this weakness? Also,
you can still play Resto Shaman, but every new expansion, they change the way the spells work, and you rearranges everything. No. You know, that version of the game cannot be played anymore. You know. Oh, but you can go in a private server and do it. Yeah, you're gonna get 50,000 other people to join you in your private server to mimic the experience.
Yes, because Vosh at all times plays with 15,000 people. Like, get over yourself. Come on. Yes, 15,000 people play, but you do not experience as an individual playing with 15,000 people at once. You're deluding yourself if you think so. If you think that you genuinely experience playing with 15,000 people at once. That is so meaningless to say. I'm sorry, but for you as an individual, If 200 people, 300 people play on a private server, that's more than enough for you. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. You do not experience 15,000 people at once as an individual playing an MMO. Jesus Christ. How embarrassing for a person that said that he knows so much more than everybody else because he's done the molten core. Rewind time. True. Okay. Alright then. Jesus. And actually, the private server thing has not been addressed at all. Apart from the fact that Vosh thinks you can experience playing with 15,000 people at once on the official server somehow. Yeah, but whatever.
Experience of playing raids at Endgame Legion as the Resto Shaman from Endgame Legion? You're just going to bring the whole world with you because it's a live service game that requires always online connection?
Yeah, quite a lot of people play on private servers, believe it or not. That's why they keep existing, because there's a demand for it. Yes, believe it or not, people actually play them, especially the popular ones. So maybe you don't know as much as you thought that you did. Jesus Christ Almighty. I did not think that this would be an argument that I have to make. If nobody played on private servers, because believe it or not, those actually require a lot of effort, maintenance, etc., then nobody would make them, nobody would bother. Nobody upkeeps empty private servers that nobody plays on. Then what? Oh boy.
Meaning you might be able to build an instance version of it that conforms to your will, but you can't bring the rest of the world with you? Think!
That is such an empty argument. Because if there's enough people that want to play the older version of the game, and there's a private server that does that, then yeah, a lot of people will play in that private server. That was the case before World of Warcraft Classic. A lot of people played on private servers that offered what World of Warcraft Classic did. Why do you think Blizzard jumped on that ship to begin with? Because there was the demand on it, and there were very popular private servers that offered it. Some of the private servers actually, I'm pretty sure, created their own forms of subscription models for upkeeping them. So yes, there's a demand, there's a player base there. So that's stupid.
Impermanence is a part of art. I kind of reject that. I think one of the nicest parts of the modern world is the fact that we can, like, that's an argument for never recording anything. Why have songs on a device, you know? You can just have music from a band that you listen to once, right? That's part of the art of it, you know? I don't know. It's just a little bit sad. It's a bad model.
It's like he's smuggling in his grudge against Clouds with a couple of good points about live service games. It's just, yeah, you totally can create a private server version of the game that you're so nostalgic for. The question is if enough people will play it. If there's enough of people that think like you, then yes, they will go to that private server and you will have your nice experience. How do I know? I know because that happens. That happens all the time. That happened with Warcraft. And then Blizzard looked at it and said, wait, why not just shut down all the private servers and bring all those people to us and make a WoW Classic or whatever? That is what happened. I'm sorry to say. Also, where is that rocket launcher? Arkel. I think speaking angry and authoritatively makes him right. It's interesting how much I notice these patterns now. Interesting. Maybe I should talk more angrily and more authoritatively. Maybe then I would be the top trans person on the food chain of food. I've watched a very interesting thing today. Well, not watched, listened to the radio. There was an episode, a broadcast about the Los Angeles aqueduct. Oh. Like here? I did. What now?
Model of game. I just don't like it. Impermanence can be like part of an experience, but we're talking about a piece of media here, you know? Just because you don't like something doesn't mean it should be illegal. Disagree, actually. If I dislike something, it should be illegal. Thank you. Thank you. Waiter, more morally reductive arguments, please. Super, super manipulative live service model elements in games, I think, should be regulated. Because that shit... Yeah. But not all live service games have that element, right? Like Counter-Strike is a live service game to an extent, in the sense that you have the updates and the so on and so forth, but it's kind of a hands-off one, right? I mean, you're basically just playing an online multiplayer game. It's sort of like a sliding scale from you're basically just
there you go. Vosh acknowledges what I said earlier. So why the rant from before becomes pretty useless then? Isn't it? Oh. Got him. Thank you.
A online multiplayer game to you're having like daily chests that you open, you know? Like Genshin Impact, dude. You know? You people, you have no idea. Deep Rock and Warframe. There's a lot of stuff. Chest opening animations alone are very toxic and manipulative. Yeah. It's weird that I can play Nintendo 64 games, classic PlayStation games.
Chess opening animations are present in single-player games that are not live service games at all. So, have pretty long chest opening animations in 1 billion% single-player games. In-game casino. It's like with Grand Theft Auto 5. That also has an in-game casino.
Games, Xbox, etc., but I can't play some games released in the past decade. Yeah, it is. It's genuinely quite strange, yeah. Yeah. Just makes me sad to think about, I guess.
What? What do you mean?
Oh, shit. Concord is the first game developed by Firewalk Studios, a studio located in Bellevue. That's right across the pond, Lake Washington. Is there really a way to make some live service games have any permanence, though? I'm not going to lie, man. I really just think you guys need to play more single-player games. You need to play more single-player games or multiplayer games that are literally just, I start a server, we play the game. The idea that every game has to be a massive $200 million event with constant...
Not every game is! There are tons of single-player games. They keep getting released. What are you talking about? Just this year, the Star Ocean 2 remake was, well, at the end of last year, was released. Star Ocean 2 remake. Eiyuden Chronicle, the crowdfunding game, was just released this year. What are you talking about? Not all games are live service games. What? Okay.
Like tweaking by the devs and balance changes and updates and new content. That's not sustainable. And I think it makes you miserable.
No, what?
All the people who say shit like, bro, gaming has gotten so tiring, and then you look at their Steam library, 2,400 hours played, Counter-Strike, Global Offensive, 623 hours played, PUBG. It's like,
The
no,
most amount of hours that I've been playing recently was Civilization 6. Is that a live service game, Civilization 6?
wonder, you keep playing, there's more games out there. There's no more money in single-player games.
That's not
Literally
true.
incorrect.
That's
Like,
not true.
objectively, factually incorrect. It's just that greedy finance guys keep chasing the biggest possible bag because they...
Okay, is Elden Ring a live service game? I don't think it count. I don't think it is, honestly. Elden Ring is not a live service game, right? It's pretty popular. It made good money. I'm heading out. Bye, Lou. Oh, okay. I'll see you. Bye, Kyle Parker.
all want to be Fortnite or Overwatch or whatever. Didn't Wukong, Black Myth Wukong, just make $50 trillion? Elden Ring made $50 trillion.
There you
Baldur's
go.
Gate 3 made $50
There
trillion.
you go.
Single-player games have to be targeted to niche audiences. Disagree. Tons and tons and tons of people enjoy...
I mean, people don't understand the word niche, which is even evident by what Vars said. Niche does not mean small audience. Niche means specific audience that looks for a specific thing. That is what niche means. Hold on. At least in the business world or whatever. Yeah, exactly. That's the second definition in the definition. A specialized segment of the market for a particular kind of product or service. But that does not mean small. You're gonna have a gigantic niche for something. You can have a gigantic niche for an RPG like Baldur's Gate 3 because a lot of people played it. You can have a gigantic niche for, like, it just means that it's like a specialized segment, that it's for people that are looking for a particular thing. But it does not mean a small niche. No, I don't think he did. I'm gonna rewind and see. Maybe I just didn't pay attention.
targeted to niche audiences.
No,
Disagree.
to niche audiences. Up yours. He didn't say small niche. Up yours, an entropy fan, for gaslighting me. We're gonna listen again for the third time. Jesus Christ, I'm being gaslit.
Tons and single-player games have to be targeted to niche audiences. Disagree.
There you go. I win. Single player games have to be targeted to niche audiences. Yeah, single player games preferably are are tailored to a specific audience. Yeah, that's good actually, for them to be tailored to a specific audience. To aim for a specific mood, for a specific gameplay type, etc. And the niche for that can be actually really, really big. Niche does not mean small audience. It just means that what you're doing is tailored towards a specific audience. But that specific audience can be actually really, really big. And people don't seem to understand that little fact. Yeah, exactly. Because games have genres, games have specific gameplay, and they're targeted towards a specific audience. Yeah. But again, that specific audience can be like hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people. Niche does not mean small audience. And people often think that it does. But it doesn't. It doesn't at all. It doesn't at all.
Tons and tons and tons of people enjoy Grand Theft Auto 5. I mean, that's a huge, 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 huge game. Admittedly, more of an
Yeah,
event
but
game.
that's, oh my god. People don't understand the word niche and what it means, but whatever. Oh, yeah, but it's not what it means. When whatever.
Game, but even before they released multiplayer for Grand Theft Auto, you know, GTA 5 is online. You don't say shit like that unless you're willing to get banned over it. GTA 5 released as a single player experience. GTA 5 online released later in its full state. The popularity of GTA 5 is an endorsement of the popularity of single player games. They yearn for the slop. But it doesn't have to be super huge AAA either. Yeah, I don't know, John Paul 238. People just like being contrarian. The
Like
swift
you.
shutdown was attributed to several factors: failure to differentiate itself from established hero shooter games like Overwatch and Apex Legends. Critics highlighted...
Language prescriptivist, Lucy? Yes, in this case, yes. I'm sorry to say, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but when you say companies have to target, I mean, you can say that. You can say that, I mean, I'll just disagree then. Because that is not what you think targeting a game towards a niche audience is definitely not what a company thinks when it says that. It's not. I'm sorry. Listen. Some people, when it comes to streaming, when I talk to other streamers who are bigger than me, they've said you have to find your own niche. Do you think they meant you have to find a small audience? Is that what they meant when they said it? When they say it to me? Listen, Lucy, in order to grow, you have to find a small audience. Is that the advice that I've been given? In order to become a bigger, I must seek out a small audience. When they say you have to find your own niche. Think on it. Think about it. Or maybe they say you have to find your own sort of specialty and people that will be attracted to that. Maybe that's what they mean rather than you have to find a small audience. Huh? 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 Yeah, that's right. I win this argument. I win this debate. No, it doesn't. What is the context in which I ask a bigger creator, hey, what do you think I could do to grow a bigger audience? And the context would be that the answer would be, oh, you have to find a small audience. Give me the context in which such an answer applies, and I'll applaud you. Boom.
that Concord lacked innovative gameplay mechanics with its character roster.
Vaush is right. You're just being a contrarian. There you go. Vaush is correct. Vaush pinned you.
Described as generic and its map design frustrating. The game also faced criticism for being a full-price release in a genre where most competitors are free-to-play.
Yeah.
Ugh. Also, we should get rid of free-to-play games.
No, what the?
They shouldn't
no,
exist.
What the? No, we shouldn't. That's stupid. That is such a stupid thing to say. There's so many good free-to-play games that are perfectly fine, that don't have predatory, whatever thing. No, that's just silly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say.
I mean it. if you're not buying the game, they're getting their money from somewhere else, and it's probably through a more deceptive and predatory practice. Yeah, free to play encourages predatory bullshit. You might think like, oh, I'll just play free to play, but somewhere out there, there's somebody who's being victimized through your, like, let's be real here, greed, your laziness. Like, you're thinking,
That's
oh,
such a stupid thing to say.
I'll just play free to play. I have discipline. Not everyone does, man. And this is like a really predatory model where it's like some guy
Not
out
every
there's
single free-to-play game has predatory things in it. I'm sorry to say. There are actually free-to-play games that have purely... Isn't The Path of Exile a free-to-play game? Hold on. You don't have to buy The Path of Exile, right? It's a free-to-play game. And I'm pretty sure The Path of Exile does not have predatory mechanisms in it. Does it? Does Path of Exile have any predatory mechanisms in it? That's a free to get. Hold on. Is Path of Exile free to play? Or am I mistaken? Because if Path of Exile is free to play, then that defeats the whole argument outright. Is it? Is Path of Exile a free to play game? Because I'm pretty sure it is, and it does not have predatory monetization. Nobody knows if Path of Exile is a free-to-play game?
emptying his savings account to keep playing Warframe.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
I get you don't want to
I'm
pay.
pretty sure it is as well. So what? Should Path of Exile be banned or be, like, I don't know, be forced to put a price tag on it? A price of entry? That makes no sense. I'm sorry. That's just silly.
But because you're not paying, they're now endorsing a model that, like, some people are really vulnerable to it, you know?
It's a silly
Do you
argument.
enjoy playing video games? I mean it. I think there's a really big distinction between, like, waking up in the morning where you have time off and you think, oh, I'm excited to do this thing, versus the, like, oh, I have this thing to do in the game. The difference between playing a section in a video game and being invested and engaged, and playing it and going like, yep, I'm checking the boxes that I have to do. I remember getting into cycles with World of Warcraft where I would think, wow, I've gotten so good at this game that I got everything done that I can do today in, like, 2 hours, and I've basically cleared my weeklies too. Like, I just did like Mythic plus 17 and all the dungeons or whatever. I just got all
I mean,
the
that's cool, but World of Warcraft is especially notorious about this. Because there's nothing else to do in World of Warcraft. So, whatever.
drops. I need the crafting material stuff. I've completed all of the, like, local like world events or whatever, and I did it so efficiently. And it's like,
Good.
efficiently? Is that what I'm doing this for? Because I wasn't excited for a moment during any of that.
I mean,
Like-
that is a stupid take on its face, because you can apply it to every single... You can apply it to every single game. Resident Evil. I'm gonna take the easiest example. Resident Evil, single player game. Many people wanted to play in the most efficient way. Avoid all the zombies, don't use your ammunition, play the game as fast as possible to unlock all the rewards or whatever if you get the good rating. Don't save as much as possible in order to get the rewards or whatever. People go for efficiency in single player games as well. People self-impose efficiency in many video games, just like in the aforementioned Resident Evil. And people just want to avoid all the zombies instead of shooting them, for example, to save ammunition. Even though you end up with an overabundance of ammunition at the end of the game if you do that. So that's not even, that's like whatever.
I guess it's impressive, and I'm proud of myself for doing really well. And I was pretty good at WoW when I was good at WoW. But, you know, that's not really the same as
No, I don't.
having fun, being excited.
It's
Well,
like,
it's like
playing the game. It's like saying, oh my god, playing the game competitively is bad because you're not having... Well, people play games for different reasons. If you have a fighting game and you spend hours daily honing your skill in a game, to a degree you're having fun, but to a degree you're sort of turning it into a disciplined thing. Does that diminish the experience of playing the game all of a sudden? Does it? Not necessarily. It depends of what your goal is when playing games. No? Not everybody plays games for the same reasons. And that's, I would assume that's fine. Is that okay for people to play games for different reasons? Also, doing things efficiently does not necessarily exclude fun, because believe it or not, people also derive fun from different things. For some people, doing things in the most efficient way is fun. There we go.
the difference between watching a TV show where you're kind of engrossed in it and having just some reality TV TLC slop show playing on the second monitor while you're doing something else, right?
Well,
like, you're just...
I'm sorry, Mr. Elitist. Different strokes for different folks. Some people enjoy that. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Elite of the elite. That is the judge of which entertainment form is deemed worthy. Damn.
Sometimes things fill time and sometimes they excite you. I'm gonna have Disco Elysium or Outer Wilds or whatever stuck in my head forever, but I can barely remember any...
Oh, that's good, but you can also play those games inefficiently and you can play those games efficiently. Hate to break it to you. Hate to break
specific moments from playing World of Warcraft Legion, and the only moments that I do remember were the social ones, helping my guild beat heroic kill Jaden. You know, I remember
that is the point of playing these games. Yes. Well, in Final Fantasy XIV, it's also the story, but you've skipped it, so. Wah, wah, wah.
That because it took a while, because some of those guys were not on my level. It took a while. I was raid leading and main healing without dungeon boss mods, by the way. I was just raw dogging that information straight up here. I was like,
okay.
According to my calculations, in 4.8 seconds, you're all going to need to move to the center. Star.
Yeah, we get it. You're amazing. There you go. On that guy.
You know, I know my shit. Those are the moments that I remember, the social ones. But do I remember the hundreds of hours of me, like, efficiently clearing all of the mundane chores the game gave me? No, genuinely no. I remember the best parts of Hollow Knight. I remember the whole game pretty damn well, because the whole game's pretty good. Art games that have like a really compelling narrative or are very...
You know, you can do those boring daily things with people while interacting with them as well, which defeats their whole argument. You can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. Wow, that's mean. But yes, you can, in fact, do those things. Yes. You can multitask.
Experientially interesting, like Disco Elysium or Outer Wilds, or plenty others, you know? There are lots of parts of Doom Eternal that I remember because that game was so sick that there were moments that stuck with me.
Okay.
But then there are games where it's just like, oh yeah, man, just spent another 8 hours playing, you know, WoW or whatever else. That was great. If you're doing stuff like that, it's got to be social. But it's not always social.
What the hell are you trying to say?
Dark Souls? Yeah, God, I have so many memories from my first time playing Dark Souls. I remember taking forever to get past that
How old is
bonfire in
Vosh?
Undeadburg, the one where you have to
How
cross
old
that...
is Vosh? 57? 65? Jesus Christ. How old is Vosh? 70? 85? What is this weird in the good old days? Or, oh gosh. It's not even with this topic only as well. It's been the same in his I don't debate the right anymore video. Oh, the space used to be so much better. People used to have arguments. You used to be able to win in blood sports. It all used to be so much better. Oh my gosh, but now the space has gotten rotten and I just cannot anymore. Okay. Jesus. The hell's happening? What the hell is happening here? He's too young to be yelling at the clouds. True. If anything, I should be the person yelling at the clouds.
A narrow bridge and they throw the firebombs at you and then you enter the room and there are two of them with a sword. You know what I mean? You know the one I'm talking about, right? Like right at the beginning. When I first played Dark Souls, that was my first FromSoft game. It took me forever to get past that area because it was like, dude, holy shit, they literally kill you in 3 hits. What the like, oh my god. Like, I remember there are so many fond memories from that. Yeah. The skeletons that have shields.
And also, this little tangent has nothing to do with the topic. Just saying. Absolutely nothing. Because there's still games like that. It's not like, oh gosh, do you remember Dark Souls? They don't make games like... Yes, they do. Yes, they do make like games like that still. And you can play them. So what this little tangent has nothing to do with anything. So I'm not sure why it's included. Oh, he's not talking about Elden Ring, to be fair. He's talking about Dark Souls. So...
Or on the ramparts.
Also, the boss fights become definitely less prolonged if you use certain builds like bleed builds, etc. Bleed takes out a huge chunk of enemy's HP very quick. Just saying.
Underneath the bridge when you're trying to scoot along them, and then you get past the last one and a rat comes out of the sewer. Remember? And the rat comes out of the sewer and 2 hits from the rat poison you. So you're trying to get back up there and you try to like dodge roll the rat, but it's hard because it's kind of like low. And if you try to swing too big, you hit the
what is the point of this? Okay, little rant. I mean, I do enjoy listening to a person being like passionate about a video game, but it has nothing to do with the topic of the video. Absolutely nothing. Is the title of the video video games are done or the industry is cooked, or is the title of the video man I love Dark Souls? Because I didn't tune in for the video called man I love Dark Souls. Like, what is the point of this little aside?
wall to your right, so you get hit twice and you're poisoned, and you don't have moss at this point in the game, so you're just like, that's like 3 Estus down, you know. I remember this. It was all constructed so well that it stuck with me for a long time after. I'm probably gonna, it's embarrassing, I'm gonna remember it like probably until I die. Like I'm gonna be, I don't know, 78 years old.
Well, congratulations, Vosh. You already act as if you were 80 something years old, so you're already basically living your fantasy. I am so embarrassed. Ay. Battlefield would have been so fun with poison rats that you have to juke for 10 minutes, right? It's almost as if different games are different. True.
On my deathbed, and I'm gonna be thinking, damn, that was a good ass game. I think that's cool. I like that about good art. And
those are, I don't know why, but this made me actually really, really sad, thinking that Vosh will be on his deathbed, like thinking of his whole life, you know, his whole life is about to end moments from now. He sort of, the whole of his life, every single achievement, every single moment flashes before his eyes as he lies getting ready to meet with eternity or whatever. And the last thing he thinks is, man, that was a dope poison rat thing that I had to avoid in this cool game. I mean, again, different strokes for different folks, but you know, I don't know. It just, oh my gosh. The last thoughts of Vosh. I sure avoided the hell out of that rat.
I think that we should make an effort to seek out art that engages us that much, you know? Yeah, back rolling off the cliff, trying to run back from the rat, finding that the ladder drops down and you reconnect with that bonfire that's right before the bridge. It's wild how I can remember almost all the enemy placements in Souls games / Elden Ring, because the game makes you remember it, right?
Yeah, because of repetition, because of constant repetition. If you repeat something a million times, it's not funny that you will remember it. You'll just remember it. Do you know why? Because you've repeated it a million times. So yes, you will remember it. It has nothing to do with the magic of the art. What it has to do with repetition. Okay? Alright? Let's not get overboard with this. It's because of the core game mechanic that you die and you have to retake the same steps to get your souls back, etc., or whatever currency. The constant repetition makes you remember the enemy placements and locations, etc.
In the dungeony areas of Elden Ring especially. I remember that about the original Castlevania too. Every enemy placement was very deliberate in that game, whereas I don't really remember enemy placement.
Wait, which original Castlevania game? The the old Nintendo console one? Has Vosh even played that? I really question what he means by the original Castlevania game. Has Vosh even owned a Nintendo? The OG Nintendo?
As much in you know, the lesser Metroidvanias, like when you're playing Kino shit, like
there you go. Now we know that Vosh has not played the original Castlevania game. Why? Because the original Castlevania game was not a Metroidvania. So there you have it. Castlevanias only became Metroidvanias later on. Because Metroidvania does not just refer to a game in which you go through a dungeon or whatever. It refers to a specific maze-like structure to the game. And early Castlevania games did not have that. You had a pretty straightforward road forward that you had to just... You went straight from level to level. You did not have a Metroidvania structure to it at all. So there we go.
Like a Hollow Knight or Blasphemous 1 to a lesser extent, but still good. The enemy placements are really memorable because it's like, oh, their ability just perfectly makes it difficult to do this thing that I need to do to get past them. They're not just like obstacles that take a second to go through.
There wasn't really a thing in Castlevania 1 because you did not have all that many abilities to choose from. To speak of.
You know? Okay, just a little bit. I'm not gonna. Okay, because I'm mostly just curious. What does Kino mean? It just means like cinema. It's all good. The audience. Okay, just a little bit. Okay, I'm not gonna do well at this. By the way, there's no chance I do well at this. I don't have a good memory. I remember parts of Elden Ring. I don't remember the whole map. Are you kidding me? It's huge.
No,
Full
you don't
map.
remember.
Okay. Game length 5. Sure. Okay. It's better if you're not good. I suppose that's true. I'm not looking at... I'm going to open a new tab over my VGG feed.
What does that have to do with the video? What does that have to do with the topic? I know. It's a word in Polish. Kino. I know. Yes, I do know. I do know the word that is used in Polish to mean exactly that.
So that I can't look at chat. I'm going to try my... Oh, well, come on now. Okay, well, we're clearly on the Altus Plateau, right? Place pin on a map. Okay. Altus Plateau. We're quite close, but we're out of the... This is like near the area where you fight that dragon, right? Oh, the map looks so strange.
Kino.
With...
Yeah,
oh,
of course.
hold on.
Of course, it's a word in Polish.
The map looks so strange when you cut out all the areas that you can't traverse. Okay. So we've got walls over here and walls over here. Big... Where are you sandwiched between these two? Hold on, is this like on the path to the Thorned Castle place? Like something...
Okay,
That's the
can
real
those
air tree,
segments
right?
get any more sort of... Oh god, 81,000 views.
Right? That's not one of the lesser air trees? That has to be the real air tree. Oh wait, there's a compass.
Oh my...
So the air tree is to the east. That is the real air tree, right? I'm not like being a fool over here.
You are.
I certainly hope I'm not being a fool.
You
Okay,
are,
so the air tree is like
but
directly to the east then. So yeah, it has to be over here then. It has
You
to be.
are being a fool, not for the reason that you think, but yes, you are. Jesus Christ.
Be on the path up to the... So I'm going to guess right here then. Nope. Totally off. Oh, that's not the real air tree. That's the fake air tree. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. This is the lesser one. I'm not even looking at chat. I feel like such a fool. My face is red. Okay, let me redeem myself. Let me redeem myself.
Well, this little embarrassment has nothing to do with the topic of the video, but whatever.
Okay, we're in the what's the name of this area down here again? We're in this area. Yeah, there's the... Wait, no, are we in... Oh no, we're in Caelid. We're in Caelid. We're not in the lesser area.
Oh my god.
Thingy. I don't know the names of things. And we're by the tower. Is that the tower? Or is that just a tower? I think that's the tower. That's the one where you first fight the Really? The Godskin Apostle. Well, that's where I first fought him on my playthrough, because I hadn't yet gone to...
Really?
The plateau.
That,
Yeah, see, over there, that's the area, that's the run-up to the... Right? Yeah. Yeah, that's the run-up to Redmane Castle. And that's the... Is that what the top of Redmane Castle looks like? It's got to be that big building at the end where you take the elevator down, right?
Sure.
So that would put us right here, right? Like right... Yeah, okay, I'm sending it. Okay.
Okay.
I'll take that. I'll take that. Okay. Hello, Altus. Okay, well this is a bit...
Thank you.
That's easier. Thank you for giving me like some Altus Plateau redemption then. We are... They literally have
What are you
the big
doing?
horses
This
right
video is about live services games and how video games are over. Elden Ring is not an old game. Didn't just receive an expansion or something. That's a new game. So how can you say that video games are over? Oh, come on. Come on, Vaush. Get a grip. Please. Get a grip on reality and life.
Here. How far up the bridge are we? Yeah, we're on the first approach. So it's got to be somewhere right here. How close are we? Can I pin down like an exact... There's like a flat space right to our west. So... And this is directly to our south. So yeah, it's got to be... Or is it here? Are these the first? Yeah, they are the first horses. So it's here.
Horses.
Flat space to the west, things directly to the south. And we're looking off of a cliffside. Not really, but northeast is that. So yeah, it's got to be right here, right? Like I'm
stop
splitting
now,
hairs.
Please?
38 meters away. That's close enough. That's close enough. Easy. That one was too easy. We need a more difficult one. We're right next to a landmark.
No, we don't.
This one's harder, right? The
No,
lakes?
we don't, please.
Because it's
We don't. Really
it's all
don't.
kind of like wide and a little bit indistinct. Okay, so the Erd tree is directly northeast, which it's going to be from any direction here because it's far enough away that's how perspective works. Okay, what about anything else?
I don't know.
The university is
don't
northwest, so we're somewhere in this ballpark. How close are we to the ruins? Wait, can I
don't
move around?
care.
I can move around? Well, that might actually be helpful for this one. Okay, wait, here, hold on. Almost directly north is this lesser Erd tree, but by quite a distance. So if this lesser Erd tree is almost directly north, and the university is almost directly northwest, that means the most logical place for me to be would be like...
Not in this...
right around
thing
here,
that you're doing.
right?
Yes.
Somewhere in this area? How close am I to a cliff? The cliff would be directly to my east? Then... Wait. It's not just north. It's a little northeast. So I guess I'm more here? A little more... How close am I to the broken bridge? You know, I'm in this area. I feel like if I get too prissy with it, I'm gonna be here for too long. It's not quite northwest either. It's northwest-west. So turn north-northwest.
Oh my God.
So slightly more north than west. So probably south of the bridge. Right here. I'm just gonna send it... you know, it's like an indistinct... All right, we're not calling anything crazy on that one. Last round.
No!
And then back to Liurnia. But this one's a lot easier because we're... You know, I don't think I've ever looked at it from this angle. Okay, well, the upper arch where the boulder fucks you is directly to the west. So... And that's that upper arch right there.
God have mercy.
So it's definitely
on my
somewhere here.
soul.
Somewhere in this strip right here. That's a guarantee. I'm right next to a ruin. Open space directly northwest. That'd be here. Okay, so somewhere right here then. And the ruin that I'm right next to is south-southwest. So ruin, that could be this one right here, I'm guessing? Ruin
Again,
right here,
nothing to do
south-southwest.
with
How
the
close am I to
video.
this relative to...
Topic.
Okay.
Subject matter.
So if
Whatever.
it's south-southwest, what if I'm right here? Please? Okay, it was this one, not this one. Wait, didn't I initially say it was this one and then I moved to this one when I'm dumb.
really
Because
don't
this one's
care.
directly east of the... well, you know what? It's okay. It's the sentiment that counts. So anyway, this shouldn't have been a thing. Okay, the point of all of this is that video games are good, but you have to make them good for them to be good. Okay,
Wow,
we're moving
that's
on.
So deep. That is so
Point
deep.
proven. Good video games are good. Okay, I'm opening...
Wow, okay. That was such a deep point to make that we really needed this whole thing to happen to make that point. There was absolutely no other way to demonstrate this point other than with this really bizarre show. Oh well. Yes, I'm gonna finish stream for tonight. Thank you, everybody that's still here. We'll see you tomorrow, and I'll do hardcore politics and news I'll show you my prowess as a political mega figure person. It's gonna be amazingly great, epic stuff. Stuff of legendary legends. Good night, good night. It's gonna be so cool. In fact, that you will not believe how cool it will be. Be the coolest thing of all. You know? Oh well, I'm saving the game. I'm finishing the stream. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Especially you. I thank you most of all. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. The best segment to